It's time to kick things up a notch. The teams and the individuals in action here on day number 2 in Southern California. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. We are in Pasadena, home of the North America West Semifinals, presented by NOBULL. I'm Sean Woodland with Jamie Hagia. Nikki Brazier will be joining us here in just a second. Before we get into day 2 here in Pasadena, which as you can see is already underway, let's get you caught up with what else is going on this very busy semifinal weekend around the globe. Now, last week we had 2 semifinals, North America East and Africa. This week it's the busiest one, 3 total semifinals. We have the one going on here in Pasadena, North America West, South America and Copa Sur. That's taking place this weekend as well, and the Torium Pro in Oceania. And then in week 3 we close out with Europe and in Asia. First 2 tests are in the books down under, and for the men it was Zach Thomas. He came out and took test number 1 with a time of 21:56.06 seconds. He is first overall after 2 tests with 184 points. Jay Crouch is 4 points back in second place, and it's Riley Smith who occupies right now the final qualifying spot for the men in 3rd place overall. Test 1 for the women goes to Caitlin Van Zyl, 24:52.87 seconds, and she, after 2 tests, is in first overall with 188 total points. Jamie Simmons sits in second. She won test 2, and it's Maddie Sturt right now in 3rd place. So day 2 for the teams is getting set to begin here in Pasadena. And Jamie, yesterday, the team that everyone sort of expected to win this thing, CrossFit Invictus, started out really well, but then another team has been stealing the show.
That's correct. Everyone had all eyes on CrossFit Invictus, but what we did see was CrossFit Franco's Misfits really came into the mix. What we're looking at is CrossFit Invictus came out with a big statement in test number 1. They came here to win the whole thing, stand on top of the podium, and in test 1 they did exactly what they needed to do to secure 100 points and a test win. Here they are with their 10 final clean and jerks to wrap up those 100 points, but CrossFit Franco's Misfits, that second test, they knew that this was going to be a great one for them. They excel in high-skill gymnastics, moving that light thruster. They were able to complete all of those muscle-ups and take a test win and wrap up 100 points there for that team. Earlier this morning, we saw these teams get after test number 3 with a relay style. It was starting with a 400-meter run with the women kicking it off first. It was a back and forth battle, but what ended up happening, it came down to these dumbbell bench press. It's 90 pounds for the men, 60 for the women. We saw CrossFit Invictus struggle just a little bit on those dumbbell bench press, so CrossFit Franco's Misfits was able to hang on for those pistols. They ended up taking their 2nd test win of the weekend, collecting another 100 points there.
And here is where we stand heading into test number 4. Franco's Misfits, they have 297 out of a possible 300 points. CrossFit Invictus has yet to finish lower than 3rd. CrossFit Oceania right now, they sit in 3rd place with 276 points. And the Rhino CrossFit Dogs in 10th place. Remember, 10 teams go from the semifinal to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. And for more on Rhino, here's Nikki Brazier.
That is absolutely right, Sean. The Rhino CrossFit Dogs right now are sitting in that 10th place gatekeeping position, and they are favorited to move up the leaderboard over the course of the rest of the weekend. But in the next 4 spots behind them, that's spots 11 through 14, those teams trail by only 6 points. And by the way, those 4 teams are also tied for points right now. So truly, at this stage in the game, anyone could move up the leaderboard and take those top spots.
Thank you, Nikki. NOBULL is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit, and you can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen. Here is our schedule for day number 2 here in Pasadena. Our broadcast will kick off with light coverage of team test number 4 starting at 2 p.m. Pacific time. The women will take the floor at 3:30. We'll have light coverage of the first 3 heats for them, and then at 5:15 the men out for test number 2. Light coverage for the first 3 heats for them as well. Going to be a fun day 2 here in Pasadena. Stay with us, everybody. The teams coming up next. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. And O2, the official sports drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
CrossFit Games, in my opinion, is like the promo package for what's possible.
Most folks in an affiliate work out one time a day for 1 hour a day, where the CrossFit Games competitor is obviously trying to increase their capacity, but for a dramatically different goal. They are literally trying to become the best athlete on the planet. They're trying to establish functional dominance over other competitors, where one here inside the affiliate is trying to maximize their capacity and be competent outside the walls of the gym.
The games probably have helped push everyone a bit more forward because people could started seeing like what could actually happen.
What happens at the games is just an extraordinary version of what happens inside ordinary affiliates, where they're coaching athletes to move well, to move fast, to progress in terms of their strength and their skill and their aerobic capacity, the way they move their body. And what you see at the games always inspires a different training approach in affiliates. So what you'll see on Sunday at the finals when we're crowning the fittest men and women on broadcast television worldwide will also be taken down to a local affiliate level. Those movement patterns will be broken down, and they'll be instructing ordinary athletes how to perform those same movements, maybe a little lighter or fewer reps or less load, but that same movement will start bleeding into ordinary affiliate training.
The CrossFit Games is where the CrossFit community or affiliates can see the peak of fitness on full display. The best of the best do what we do within our affiliates every single day, but at a level and a degree that probably shouldn't be tested within our affiliates. But they need to see it there to know what people are capable of.
Doesn't matter what sport you follow, you can find a highlight reel and you look at that and you're like, man, that is just the coolest thing ever. Difference with our sport is that you can actually go and like do that thing and it's going to have a positive impact on your life. You're going to get fitter and healthier and better, more able to handle everyday life. And you never even have to get close to what those guys out there on the field are doing. So to me, it's a inspirational, aspirational highlight reel for everybody else to get fired up to commit to another year of training. And then that cycle comes around, you see what those guys are doing, you're like, holy crap, that's the coolest thing ever. And I want to get in there and get my training taken care of.
Lumberyard gets their first pairing on that box jump. Here's their second pairing. All 4 of the Lumberyard athletes are at their box jumps.
It is a box jump race for CrossFit Lumberyard, lane number 7.
We're 10 minutes in, a little under 5 minutes remain.
Lumberyard on the 30-inch box have 2 more reps each. Less than 5 reps to go for the athletes on the 24-inch box. Here comes Lumberyard with their final rep each. Let's make some noise for your Heat 1 winners, CrossFit Lumberyard.
Nicely done, Lumberyard. And we've got a lot of teams fighting for that second place position in this first heat. Josh, look at the wave of athletes hopping up and down. We're coming up on 11 minutes. I see some judges' hands in the air. We have CrossFit Standard Strength in lane number 2 trying to get it done. They're waiting on their teammates. Lane number 2 maybe next. CrossFit Standard Strength is done.
Here come Coda CrossFit Norman, Yakaru.
We'll have to go to the scorecards for that one. I'm not sure if it was Yukaro or our other team that got across there. 11 and a half minutes in towards that 15-minute time cap.
Let's go! Let's go! Go! Solid showing here at the 2023 North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Another team, Diablo CrossFit, getting test number 4 done for the day.
CrossFit Lakeville CFLV. But it's gonna be, I believe that's Kima Blue. You let me know. CrossFit Lakeville coming across the finish line. 2.5 minutes remain.
And we are down to our final team. Kiki trying to get it done and under the cap. 2.5 minutes remaining. Something tells me they're gonna get it done under the cap as well. Let's cheer them on. Pasadena, California. 1 team remains. A few more box jumps to go. And all of our teams are gonna be finishers here.
Their first pairing is done. They're waiting on that finishing mat. Lane number 1, CrossFit SDA Excellence. They've got the time remaining. They're at 10 reps right now. There you go. A judge's hand in the air, less than 5 reps to go. They got 4 remaining. 3 more reps to go for lane number 1, CrossFit SDA Excellence. Let's help them out, you guys. They have 1 wet remaining. And that'll close it out for CrossFit SDA Excellence. That's a wrap for heat number 1. Up next, heat 2. each working on 10 synchro alternating dumbbell snatches, and then 15 24-inch box jumps. Once they get through that, they can meet at the line. Meanwhile, the other pairs also doing calories 10 and 7, 20 synchronized alternating dumbbell snatches, and 10 each of 30-inch box jumps. All right, Josh, you need to talk to me. Who'd you see get there first?
City of Lakes, right out of the gate. Moving quick, but so is Salty Hive. Salty Hive and City of Lakes onto those box jumps and snatches. There goes City of Lakes. They got both teams on the smaller and tall box jumps. CrossFit Kinesis Black also in the mix, Kiki. Very close heat as our team sprinting to get test number 4 completed. Remember, they got one more day of competition tomorrow.
We've got lane number 2, CrossFit Wildwood, with their first pairing at the line. They are looking to meet their team at the line before they can switch sides. We've got some movement in lane number 7. That's CrossFit Kinesis Black. They are the first athletes to get that pairing swapped over the line. Lane number 8, lane number 9 jumping in there as well. That is Blue City CrossFit Gold. It's very close right now. But CrossFit Kinesis in lane number 7 was first with the swap, and then just about everybody else following after that. Close race. CrossFit Kinesis Black with both of their pairings on to their snatches.
There they go again. City of Lakes trying to hold on to that lead. Kinesis Black right behind him. Here comes Salty Hive, Lone Star. You see the teams that bring the crowd, bring the heat, giving them that extra motivation. CrossFit City of Lakes, though, still holding on strong to that first place position as of now.
It looks to be 1, CrossFit Kinesis Black. 2 is Blues City CrossFit Gold. And in lane number 6, we have CrossFit City of Lakes.
Let's make some noise, Pasadena, as these teams chipping away at round number 2. City of Lakes in the pink and black. The fellas in camo mean business as they look to finish up round number 2 and enter round number 3.
CrossFit City of Lakes has their pairing with that shorter box jump waiting at the line. But here we go, hot tag for lane number 7, CrossFit Kinesis Black. Moving in to their next round, round number 3 for our leaders. In lane number 6, they're also swapping, that's CrossFit City of Lakes. It is 1, CrossFit Kinesis Black, 2, CrossFit City of Lakes. And then we've got a battle between lanes 5 and 10. That's Lone Star CrossFit and CrossFit Evernox Riverside.
It is a demolition derby out here onto this competition floor. So many athletes flying through this event as CrossFit City of Lakes working on that 3rd round of dumbbell snatches. Both teams on those snatches. Great communication is key. Super smooth and quick transitions are your keys to success in test 4. These athletes in the zone trying to get it done here, moving into tomorrow, looking to climb up that leaderboard as CrossFit City of Lakes finishing up those dumbbell snatches, their first pair, and onto those tall box jumps. Meanwhile, their teammates finishing up those dumbbell snatches, they will be jumping on the smaller box.
All these teams working on round number 3 right here. A hand in the air for our leaders, CrossFit Kinesis Black. Salty Hive, though, with the cheering crowd, giving them some motivation right now. They're hoping they can cheer their team into a first place position here for heat number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 6.5 minutes as...
Josh, we've got a new leader. Lane number 6, CrossFit City of Lakes is now first. It is 1, CrossFit City of Lakes. It might be lane number 10, actually. CrossFit Evernox, they're on your side.
I would say it's possibly even Lone Star. Lone Star is in the mix. These last 2 rounds gonna be crucial as we got ourselves a 3-way tie between lanes 10, lanes 7, lanes 6. Lone Star CrossFit entering that 4th round just ahead of City of Lakes. And like Kiki mentioned, lane number 10, do not count them out as they approach their dumbbell at the same time as Lone Star. So business is about to pick up as our 2 teams make that 3 top teams in this heat, looking to finish strong.
It is 1, CrossFit Evernox Riverside, 2, CrossFit City of Lakes, and then 3, CrossFit Kinesis Black. We're about halfway to that time cap of 15 minutes. Eight minutes in, athletes, 8 minutes in.
Here comes lane number 10, looking to finish round number 4 first. CrossFit Evernox Riverside in the mix, taking over first place with Lone Star in 2nd. And now Kinesis Black and City of Lakes have to play catch up. One more box jump to go for CrossFit Evernox Riverside, and they are on round number 5. Same goes to Lone Star. It is going to be a race to the finish between these teams, Lone Star and CrossFit Evernox. City of Lakes in 3rd. But right now, your number 1 team is lane 10, Evernox. Big fan of this salty crew cheering on Salty Hive. They are the proverbial 5th man in this equation, trying to get their team ahead of the rest of the pack. But right now, CrossFit Evernox Riverside will not be stopped as they are holding on strong to that first place position.
We've got less than 5 minutes here as these athletes work through that 5th and final round here. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 2, test number 4 at the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Lane number 6, CrossFit City Elects. On those box jumps, those lower box jumps, same story for lane number 10, CrossFit Evernox Riverside. Here comes lane number 4, Salty Hive, trying to catch Evernox, trying to catch CrossFit City of Lakes.
CrossFit Evernox Riverside just waiting on their athletes to complete 3 tall box jumps, but out of nowhere, it looks like Lone Star CrossFit sneaking in there, and Lone Star taking first. CrossFit Evernox Riverside taking second.
Nicely done.
CrossFit City of Lakes crossing that finish line, they are in third. CrossFit Kinesis Black, your next set of team. There it is, the crowd cheering him in. Salty High finishing ahead of CrossFit Kinesis Black.
Lane number 5, Lone Star CrossFit coming through. And now lane number 4, Salty Hive through that finish line.
Blue City CrossFit Gold across that finish line, as is lane number 2.
That's CrossFit Wildwood making their way to that end zone.
Coda CrossFit and Franco's Avengers. It looks like Franco's Avengers will be across that finish line. We are down to our final team.
Lane number 3, Coda CrossFit Native. Finishing up on those box jumps. We're approaching 13 minutes in, so they have plenty of time. Coda CrossFit Native with 2 more reps to go. Working on their final rep, lane number 3, Coda CrossFit Native. And Josh, that's everybody. All of Heat 2 getting it done well underneath that time cap.
3 tests are down, 3 remain here for the teams vying for a spot at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games out of the North America West Semifinal. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with 2-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Higia, and Nikki Brazier is down patrolling the sidelines. Your overall standings after 3 tests: CrossFit Franco's Misfits, 2 wins and a second, 297 out of a possible 300 points. They lead CrossFit Invictus by 6. Right now, the Rhino CrossFit Dogs, they would be the last team in. 10 teams advancing from this semifinal to Madison, Wisconsin. But there are 4 teams within just 6 points of them, all of them tied at 186 points. Test number 4, Jamie. This is the first time the teams really have to make a strategic decision here.
That's correct, Sean. This is going to be 5 rounds for time. In mixed pairs, they're going to start on opposite ends of the floor, 1 on a row, 1 on a ski. They're going to make their way to the dumbbells, 10 or 20 at a lighter dumbbell, finishing with those box jumps, 10 or 15 at a lower box. We're looking at a fast and furious pace out from the start.
After watching those first 2 heats, what's your recipe for success?
It is going to be to pair your male and females by strength and engine. So you want your stronger pair on those heavier dumbbells and the engines on those more reps on those snatches for dumbbell snatches. And then we need fast transitions. There is no room or time to rest.
10 teams in this 3rd of 4 heats. Invictus Sea of Green, they are in lane number 6 right now inside the top 10 after a 5th place finish in test number 3 earlier.
That's right, 7th overall after this morning's 5th place finish on test number 3. All 3 Invictus teams are in a qualifying spot, sitting in 2nd, 5th, and 7th place. We'll see if they can stay in this top 10.
There's Lala Torres and Kelsey Schulte on the rower for Invictus Sea of Green. Leaves Sean Early and Lauren Stallwood. You're seeing them right now on the skier.
And this pace, they have to come out at a blistering pace. It's 10 calories for the men and 7 for the women, and you have to move fast on the ski in the row.
Well, down in lane 10, CrossFit Condesa Luther MX, one of the 2 teams from Mexico in this heat. They were one of the first teams to get to the synchronized dumbbell snatches. The pair with the heavier dumbbell, the 90-pound dumbbell for the men and the 60-pound dumbbell for the women, will do 10 reps each. And the pair that just got off the ski, they have the lighter dumbbell, 50 pounds and 70 pounds. They'll do 20 reps.
And if you're looking at these 20 dumbbell snatches, that's going to be more volume, higher reps, and it's going to be a lot more breathy. So you want to put your fitter pair here on that skier to start, because they're going to end up doing 3 rounds of that versus 2 rounds on the row.
Lauren Stallwood and Sean Early are now done with their dumbbell snatches. They will advance to the 30-inch box jumps, and timing here can really save you some precious seconds.
Super important. The teams, hopefully they were able to practice. They watched last weekend, so you saw as soon as your partner jumps on top of the box, open up their hips, you need to be jumping. We're looking at, are they stepping down? Are they jumping down? But you want to make sure that your timing is right on pace at a fast and quick pace to get those box jumps done.
CrossFit Kima and Invictus Sea of Green, both of them got their first pair through. And now lanes 5 and 6, your top 2 teams after round number 1. CrossFit Believe and Invictus Sea of Green. Down in lane 10, that's CrossFit Condesa Luther MX. They're in the mix for a spot inside the top 3 now. The pair that started on the rower, they will row 3 times, and the pair that started on the skier, they will ski 3 times. So that's where that strategy comes into play. The top 3 teams on the screen right now, lane 6 and lane 5 are on the left side in that box. On the right side of that box is Invictus Sea of Green.
This is the first time we'll see these pairs with the heavier dumbbell for 10 reps and the other pair switching for those 20 at that lighter weight. I really feel like the 10-pound difference in the dumbbells, 60 and 50, don't really make a huge difference for the women, and the 70 and 90. So doing 10 less reps does make a big difference in their aerobic capacity of where you want to place these pairs.
The time to beat in this test belongs to CrossFit Lumberyard. They put up a time of 10 minutes, 38.92 seconds in heat number 1.
I spoke with Amanda from CrossFit Lumberyard before this, and she said they were really looking forward to this event. She was there when I tested this one out, and definitely didn't go as fast as they did.
It's like Josh Madison, Lauren Olson on the right side of your screen for CrossFit Believe on the box jumps for their team on the 24-inch box.
Normally we see, you know, men and women with different box heights. Here, every man and woman is going to jump on those 24-inch boxes here. On the other side, those 30-inch box jumps for the men and the women. And for your shorter athletes, that's going to be a tall task, a high jump for them to get up there.
Final rep for Invictus Sea Green. Stallwood and Sean Early are done, and they will wait for Torres and Schulte to finish up their box jumps at 30 inches. And lane 5 now, CrossFit believe they are in the lead as both of their pairs are through round 2.
We talked about pacing on this. We want to make sure that these pairs are finishing around the same time as each other, because you don't want to take a lot of time making sure when you're resting that's really going to set you behind, because you have to keep on moving.
Lane 5, CrossFit believe they are now your leaders in this heat as they are into rounds 3 of 5. CrossFit believe coming in 15th place overall with 159 points. They finished 29th in the prior test. That knocked them down the overall standings a little bit, looking to climb back into the top 10.
You're still looking nice and smooth on these. They do have to lock out at the very top of these dumbbell snatches. So both heads of the dumbbell will hit the bottom. They'll lock out at the top together.
Hayden Weddle and Shelby Jones on the left side. On the right side for CrossFit believe, Josh Madison and Lauren Olson.
You see the pair on the right, they're cycling that dumbbell a lot quicker because it's 10 pounds less, but they have twice the reps to get through on this side of the floor.
Invictus Sea of Green, I believe, still in second place behind them.
Sea of Green, they will be fighting. Stay in there, try to get all 3 teams for Invictus to the CrossFit Games after this weekend.
The team on the 24-inch box, the pair I should say, 15 reps. And the pair on the 30-inch box will do 10 reps. Now final 5 for Hayden Weddle and Shelby Jones. And Shelby Jones with a slip easily corrects that, and they're back on track.
And even though these seem simple, it really takes a lot of focus, and when that fatigue starts to set in, that's when we can see these missed box jumps. There are no reps on the box jumps.
Weddle and Jones are done, and they will wait on Madison Olson, and they will move into round number 4. And there is the switch.
Pretty good on their timing and pacing of that. They didn't have to wait too long for each other to make that switch.
Invictus Sea Green right behind them. You can see they will be coming to the ski erg in second place here in this heat.
And you see it even into this 3rd round, they have to keep up that high cycle rate when they're pulling down on those ski ergs, pulling on there where you're using your legs to drive back nice and strong. Lean back, big drive back with your legs.
Ben Lomond, CrossFit Rise, CrossFit Querétaro, the WPAC, and CrossFit Condesa Luther MX, the teams behind our leaders right now. A lot going on here in test number 4 as both Believe and Invictus Sea of Green are on to the dumbbell snatch portion of round 4.
It'll be interesting to see how these athletes, can they hang on to go unbroken for those 10, for those 20. It's going to get really fatiguing. Your heart rate's up high, your grip is getting fatigued. Can you hold on for a set of 20?
Lauren Olson and Josh Mattis, left side of your screen. Still on the left side now. They are on their box jumps for CrossFit Believe on the 24-inch box, and so are Lawrence Stallwood and Sean Early for Invictus. And now the second pair for CrossFit Believe, Hayden Weddle and Shelby Jones, are on the 30-inch box as they maintain their lead here in round 4 over Invictus Sea of Green. 10:38.92 seconds from CrossFit Lumberyard out of the first heat is still our top time.
We're seeing that row 10 dumbbell snatches and those 15 box jumps. They're finishing usually a couple seconds before that second pair on that ski. They have double the work in those dumbbell snatches, and even though it's only 10 box jumps, that is a high box jump, and when you are tired, you really have to focus. It's going to take everything out of you.
Well, Stallwood and Early are done, but as you mentioned, Jamie, CrossFit Believe is able to time this out better. Their pairs finished at the same time, so Stallwood and Early still waiting on Lalo Torres and Kelsey Schulte.
That means that both pairs are both strong and very fit to be able to finish at the same time here. We'll see if they can hang on in these last couple rounds.
The 5th and final round for both CrossFit Believe and Invictus Sea of Green. And right now, both are on a sub 10-minute pace. Only proven, East Nashville proven from last week was sub 10 minutes in this test. So we'll keep an eye on that as we move through round 5 here. 10:38.92 is the time to beat here in North America West.
And that is a fast pace. We spoke with Adrian Bosman, the director of competition here, and he said this is around an 11-minute full throttle engine test. But if they get 10-something, that is going to be an incredible time to beat.
Right side of your screen, CrossFit Believe and Invictus Sea of Green. Battling for the snatch portion of this event. This test, pardon me.
And this is where you really have to dig in. Your mental strength, that toughness, that grit, that grind, all the work you put in, you really have to lay it on the line here because there is nothing. You got to empty your tank and go.
Josh Madison, Lauren Olson now move on to the 30-inch box for the final time. And the other pair of Shelby Jones and Hayden Weddle, they're on the box jumps as well. And now Invictus Sea of Green, both of their pairs getting to the box jumps.
They timed it perfectly that last round. We'll see how they end up in this final one before they can run across that line.
The 2 reps remain for Weddle and Shelby Jones. In the background, they're finished. They're waiting on Olson and Mattis, and they're finished. And they might be able to get in inside 10 minutes. And we'll wait on the official time, but that one is close. 10:03.57 seconds officially.
Wow.
But that is big for a team that comes in trying to shake off that 29th place finish in test 3 that knocked them out of the top 10. Further back, I should say, they were in 11th coming into test number 3, but they will gain ground with this result with 1 heat remaining. That is going to be a tough mark to beat. Meanwhile, Invictus Sea of Green, they are in 10:20.17. That's the second best time we have seen in this test. An undefeated CrossFit, as we have a mad dash across the finish line from about 2 teams, I believe, are in. Here come another pair, Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise.
And I know these teams are exhausted, but you have to sprint across that line because we have one more heat coming up, and you have no idea those seconds matter. We're getting down to those final box jumps. This is in this final round. This is your over 50 box jumps, and you are exhausted, but you really have to use everything you have left in your legs. Spring up there, get on top, open your hips.
CrossFit SDA, Some Dudes Army, they are in. That leaves CrossFit Overtake Team Density on the floor. Get you caught up on who came across here. After Believe in Invictus Sea of Green, it was undefeated CrossFit in 3rd place, followed by CrossFit Querétaro, the W Pack. Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise was next. CrossFit Kima, Einhorn CrossFit followed them. And then CrossFit Condesa, Luther MX, CrossFit SDA, and now Overtake Team Density is in. But we have a new time to beat coming courtesy of CrossFit Believe. 10 minutes, 3.57 seconds.
CrossFit Sea of Green was the first ones off of those rowers. They set an early lead, but it was CrossFit Believe that was able to hang on to these dumbbells, pace this workout perfectly, so they timed it where they both pairs finished around the same time. They would wrap up those heavy dumbbells, those light dumbbells. It didn't really matter. They finished strong with those box jumps, waited for their last pair to finish that last set of 10, sprinted across that line, ended up taking this win in this heat.
10:03.57 seconds, and they flirted with a sub 10-minute time. We have 1 heat remaining here in test 4 for the teams. We are down to the final heat of day number 2 for the teams as they wrap up their competition schedule on Friday here at the North America West semifinal. I'm Sean Woodland with two-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia, and it's Nikki Brazier down on the sidelines. We'll hear from her in just a second. Overall standings after 3 tests. CrossFit Franco's Misfits 2 wins and a second, 297 out of a possible 300 points to sit atop the leaderboard, but they're only 6 points up on Invictus. Top 10 teams advance to the CrossFit Games, and right now, the Rhino CrossFit Dogs, they would be the last team in with 192 points. Test number 4. You gotta time this thing right, or you're gonna have a bad time.
That's the name of the game here. Test 4 is gonna be 5 rounds for time. In mixed pairs, they're gonna start on opposite ends on the floor on the rower or the skier. They're gonna move on to their dumbbells where they have 10 or 20 at a lighter weight. Move on to the boxes where they have 10 or 15. They'll switch after each round, completing 5 rounds total.
Recipe for success. Did you add anything to this at all?
It's going to be the same. You want to pair them by strength and engine. So your strength, they're going to have that heavier dumbbell. Your engines and your cardio, or people are going to start with those higher sets of dumbbells, reps of dumbbells, and fast transitions. This is a full throttle type of test.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Nikki?
Guys, when you scan the competition floor out here, you will see 20 rowers, 20 dumbbells, 10 boxes, and that might seem like enough equipment for this test, but that's not all. You've got another 10 boxes, another 20 dumbbells, and then 20 ski ergs, all of this laid out not only to test the team's strategy, but also to see who can hit the gas pedal and keep it floored.
10 teams in this 4th and final heat, and Franco's Misfits, your overall leaders, will be in lane number 5. Again, 2 wins and a 2nd place, and they're coming off a test win earlier today in test number 3, as it's going to be Brandon Luckett and Alexis Johnson paired up. Logan Collins and Shaylin Laurie are on the left.
Now this is a test right out of the gates where this team of Franco's Misfits, they're coming off of 2 first place finishes. So we're gonna see what they can hold on and get a 3rd one of the weekend.
CrossFit Invictus in lane 6. They sit in 2nd place overall. They have yet to finish lower than 3rd here in this competition, and one of the favorites coming in. They were one of the first teams to the dumbbells.
We talked about the timing of these dumbbells, and you'll see these athletes with the lighter dumbbell. This is a 60 pound for the 10 reps on the left, and you have 20 reps on the right. So that's double the reps. So you're gonna have to make sure you time this perfectly, so when you meet at the box to switch, your teammates aren't hanging on and waiting too long for you.
NOBULL is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. You can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen, and it is Invictus who leads early here in round 1. Both of their pairs onto the box jumps, and we'll see who makes the transition first into round number 2.
We'll notice these box jumps are going to be 24 inches on the left and then 30 inches on the right. That is going to be both for females and males, which for some of these shorter athletes, the females, it might give them a harder time for those 30-inch box jumps.
Brittany Weiss and Josh Alchama are now done. They will switch with Fernandez and Kim, and Invictus is in the lead early. Invictus Unconquerable and Omnia right behind them. And now Franco's Misfits have just made the transition. They're towards the back here at the end of round 1.
See Jorge and Devin, they are pulling, they're using their legs and going at a fast tempo on this skier. There is no room. It's 10 calories for the men, 7 for the women, and we have got to go. This is not a rest period in this test.
They got through that first round in 1 minute 40 seconds.
That is fast.
Fernandez and Kim onto the dumbbell snatches, so are Alchama and Weiss.
I was able to speak to Josh Alchama before this, and he said they decided to pick their pairs by height, and that him and Brittany were a little bit better. Their timing was better on those dumbbell snatches, because you see it, they have to lock out at the top. Both heads of the dumbbells have to hit the floor at the same time. So just height-wise, they made a better match.
$10 minutes, 3.57 seconds from CrossFit Believe. That is the time to beat. Now, after this test, there's only 2 that remain, as on Saturday we will find out the 10 teams that will represent the North America West semifinal at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Meanwhile, that last team in is down in lane 10. We'll keep an eye on them. That's the Rhino CrossFit Dogs. They had a 6-point cushion coming into this test for 10th place.
And I spoke with the Rhino CrossFit Dogs coach, Justin Kotler, and he said this test is all about putting your big girl and big boy pants on, and you have got to make it hurt.
Invictus, they are now into round number 3. And they have really separated themselves here from the rest of the field. Jorge Fernandez and Devin Kim on the rower. And Invictus Unconquerable, they are in second place with CrossFit Omnia right behind them.
Speaking with Adrian Bosman, the director of competition, he said this is a engine test. So when you have to make sure that if you are the pair that falls behind, you do not want to fall too far behind because it's a compounding effect. You'll be more tired, your teammates are waiting for you, it's going to set you behind. So staying on track and trying to pace this out and time it out perfectly with that other side is going to be very crucial in this.
Kim and Fernandez onto the 60 and 90-pound dumbbell. On the right side of your screen is Joshua Alchama and Brittany Weiss. They are onto the 50 and the 70-pound dumbbell. 20 reps on the lighter dumbbells, 10 reps on the heavier ones. And Fernandez and Kim are done. They're moving to the 24-inch box where they will perform 15 reps each.
And you notice they have their timing down perfectly. As soon as one partner opens up their hips and knees extended at the very top of their rep, that's a good rep. Your partner can jump up. We talked about if they were going to step down, if they were going to jump down, but it looks like for them, this jump down is very quick and very efficient for them.
Meanwhile, Invictus Unconquerable in lane 3, Verdant CrossFit in lane 2, and Omnia in lane 4, fighting for second place behind Invictus. Franco's Misfits, last check-in, they were towards the back of the pack.
We talked about that ski, the ski and the 20 dumbbell snatches, 10 reps at a higher jump is going to be a little bit more taxing aerobically. So they made Jorge and Devin were waiting a little bit for Josh and Brittany, but they made that quick switch, and here they are onto that 4th round.
Right now, Invictus is ahead of the pace set by CrossFit Believe in the prior heat when they put up the time of 10:03.57 seconds. And the battle for second continues between Unconquerable and Omnia. They are towards the left side of your screen. Invictus Unconquerable, they are in the orange on the left side. That's Eric Carmody and Emily Rethwill, who are paired on the skier. And then in the back, Jesse Smith paired with Tyler Soderback.
And I was able to speak with them before. Eric Carmody said he's 35, and the age difference between him and Tyler is 22 and 35. So he's the old man of the team. He's going to make sure that he gets a lot of recovery after this test here.
Invictus continues to lead, and they are absolutely cruising through this test.
I feel like CrossFit Invictus has a lot to prove. They opened up this weekend with a test win, but after that, they really, not taking a first in the next couple of tests, they're really trying to make a statement here that, hey, we are heading and gunning for that top podium spot.
And the only team that has both of their pairs on the box jumps here in round 4 of 5. Lanes 3 and 4, Invictus Unconquerable and Omnia have one pair.
And that's really the key here. If you have one pair on the box jumps, but the other pair, you only go as fast as both pairs when they both finish. You can't switch until they both are complete. So this is a full 4-person working together team test.
Jorge Fernandez and Devin Kim are done, and this is the 5th and final round for Invictus, looking to pick up their second test win of the competition. And depending on what happens with the Franco Misfits, maybe take over the top spot here.
You see them breathing, right? Their heart rate is up. They are exhausted and tired from all of the reps accumulated throughout this test. But you know what? This is the final round, and this is where your mental toughness really sets in, and no better team does this better than CrossFit Invictus.
Meanwhile, Unconquerable and Omnia are still neck and neck for second place. Kim and Fernandez done with their calories on the rower. Meanwhile, Invictus, pardon me, Franco's Misfits, they just got into round 5 now, so they are moving up. Should be in the top 5 in this heat right now. Battle for second is going on the left side of your screen in lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3, that's Unconquerable. Lane 4 next to them, Omnia.
We see Josh and Brittany from CrossFit Invictus on that right side. They just got hit with the no rep. They have to make sure they lock out at the very top together, but seeing if they can hang on to go 20 reps unbroken on these dumbbell snatch at the very end of this test.
Fernandez and Devin Kim on their 15 box jumps here to close out round 5. And here come Alchama and Weiss. They'll have 10 reps each on the 30-inch box. And CrossFit Invictus is smashing this test right now.
Absolutely. These box jumps still looking good as their first couple sets in the first earlier rounds. They're waiting for them to finish up these final ones on this 30-inch box jump.
Devin Kim is wearing the timing chip, so as soon as Alchama and Weiss are done, she will take off across the finish line. She's on the right side of your screen. 9:41.42, CrossFit East Nashville proven. That looks like it's going to stand, but Invictus is going to get really close. More importantly, they're going to get 100 points for the test victory. 9:45.69 seconds. CrossFit Omnia has come across, as has now Invictus Unconquerable. Omnia got it inside 10 minutes, 9:56.60 seconds. In lane 7, that's CrossFit Kilo 2. And now, this means that Invictus will be your overall leaders. They have made enough ground up on Franco's Misfits, who are now just coming across the finish line, to overtake the Misfits in the overall standings with 2 tests remaining. Lane 8, Coda CrossFit Redemption, they are in. The Rhino CrossFit Dogs, meanwhile, they came across in 5th place in the heat, 7th in the test. That's big for them as they look to hang on to that final qualifying spot. CrossFit 8035 is in, and now CrossFit Complex, they had a solid day 1. They are done, and that leaves Verdant CrossFit in lane 2 as the last team working here. And we still have more than 3 minutes to go, and they're going to make it with no problem. But it's CrossFit Invictus. They pick up their second win of this competition. 9:45.69 seconds, the second best time we have seen so far in this test. And they will be your overall leaders heading into the 3rd and final day of competition.
CrossFit Invictus did a wonderful job of setting that tone early. They were the first ones off their rowers and their ski ergs. When they got to the dumbbells, they moved nice and smooth, making sure that they were locking at the same time, making sure they got no reps. And what they did really, really well was these box jumps. They paced this perfectly, and they really set the tone. They want to come back with that #1 spot. So they started this competition with a first and ended day 2 with a first as well.
They have yet to finish lower than 3rd place. And right now, they look to be your overall leaders heading into the 3rd and final day. 9:45.69 seconds. 2 teams in that heat going sub-10. Omnia is the other one. And again, the Rhino CrossFit Dogs helping their cause with a 7th place finish in that test. CrossFit Invictus is on the floor with Nikki Brazier.
Guys, we have been talking about this as a true gas pedal event. Like, you really can't let up. So what did you have to do to ensure that you kept the energy throughout the entire test?
Honestly, just stay focused throughout the whole workout. We executed to our abilities, so I'm very happy about it. Yeah, so just execute, and I was very happy that we all just kept our head down and worked.
One of the things we've been talking about all weekend is all of the Invictus teams that you have here, and I'm curious to know how much of it is camaraderie on the field of play and how much of it is a little friendly competition.
Honestly, both, yeah. Like you said, it's war on the field. But no, we have a lot of respect for them. Like, they come out, they push us in practice, we push them, and it's good to see all three of us in the first heat, or two in the first heat and one in the second, so we're all crushing it.
Nice, winning for bragging rights, of course.
Yes.
Congratulations, guys,
so
nice
much.
work.
CrossFit Invictus with their second test win of the North America West semifinals. They will be your overall leader heading into the final day of competition. The teams are done for the day. We still have more individual action coming up in a little bit with individual test number 2. We'll have light coverage of the first 3 heats. We will rejoin you for heat number 4. So stay with us as the North America West semifinal continues here from beautiful Pasadena, California. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West semifinal is brought to you by GoWad, the mobility app designed for athletes, and the U.S. Army. Be all that you can be.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do 1 push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out one time, and then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
There is a 6-word phrase that we say, what is CrossFit?
CrossFit is constantly varied functional movements that are executed at high intensity.
Es una definición de 5 segundos que dice todo, pero no satisface a nadie.
It's a strength and conditioning program that mixes weightlifting, calisthenics, powerlifting, running, rowing, biking, and a whole bunch of different ways so that you get a broad range of fitness, and you're never bored with your workout because they're changing all the time.
At the end of the day, it's just working out with a good bunch of people, having a sweat, letting off some steam, and getting healthier and sexier at the same time.
It's family, it's community, it's fitness. It's a no BS approach to bettering your life, not only inside the walls of the gym, but also outside the walls of the gym.
You have to realize that when you step into a CrossFit gym, you're not just seeing the fittest competitive athletes in the world. You're seeing athletes that are just like you or me.
The beautiful thing about CrossFit is that absolutely anyone can do CrossFit.
Regardless of any demographic, age, ability level, or background.
Todos não como pode, como devem, né?
It is designed for anybody to take part in.
If I looked at each individual person that walks in every single day here, it's like everybody's absolutely different.
It could look like my 80-year-old dad. It could look like my kids.
There's an option for you that fits you exactly where you are on your fitness journey.
It'll meet you right where you are at, and it'll take you to places that you never even thought you could go in terms of your fitness.
I've seen people change their lives. I've seen people lose 50 kg, relationships be created, babies being born from people who've met at the gym and got married, etc.
Para mí CrossFit fue encontrar una familia fuera de mi casa.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, that it will change their life.
Not because it's just a fitness program, not because of the community, but because the greatest adaptation that occurs in CrossFit happens right here.
1 minute. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, individual test 2. Our athletes working on a ring complex. 1 toes to rings, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip. They will do that 5 times. Then 20 single leg squats. When that is all said and done, max burpee box jump overs. They will do it in 3 3-minute intervals with 1 minute rest in between. Here we go, our athletes getting through that ring complex. And oh, I forgot to mention, they're wearing a ruck bag.
Going to school, first day of school coming up. Nah. First day of competition coming up here for our individuals at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Hannah Black leading the charge over in lane number 8.
Hannah Black put on quite a show in test 1 as she advances to her next set of single leg squats. Working on 20, advancing every 5 reps. Hannah Black looking strong there in lane number 8, advancing to her 3rd set of 5 as we hit the halfway marker into this 3-minute first round. Crowd getting behind Hannah here as she looks to finish up this next set of single leg squats. No rep did not faze her as she finishes up her final reps here. She's eyeing that box jump.
1 minute remaining, athletes.
Hannah up and over, 1 down. So many more to go. As Kiki mentioned, they have 1 minute in this interval before starting back at the beginning.
45 seconds.
Hannah up and over the box. Here comes lane number 7, Hannah Marochik.
30 seconds.
Hannah Black, lane number 8 in all black. Looking strong, Jen Ryan, lane number 5, flying through these.
Athletes, you have 15 seconds.
Hannah looking to advance that box.
10 seconds.
It is Marochik.
3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Marochik, I believe, got 12 reps. Hannah Black with 11 reps. They will have less than a minute to rest. They are starting back at the beginning. 5 ring complexes, 20 single leg squats. They will pick up where they left off on those max burpee box jump overs.
"30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by.
Here we go into our second 3-minute interval. Hannah Morochek getting 12 burpee box jump overs. Hannah with 11, so separated by just 1. Hannah Black was the first athlete over to the box, but it was Hannah who kicked it into 5th gear.
If you're just joining us, this is heat number 1, women's division, test number 2. This is day 1 for our individuals, day 2 for the teams. They just finished up their workload for the day. This event for total reps completed in 3 3-minute intervals. How far can they get down the line with those burpee box jump overs? They're wearing that 10-pound rep. Talk to me, Joshy G.
It looks like the second round of this ring complex doing a number on our athletes. Hannah Morochek finishing up that ring complex. But it is Anna Martinez, lane number 9, the first one to those single leg squats. Hannah Black in second in the zone as she knocks out a couple of reps on those single leg squats. Anna Martinez, lane 9, Hannah Black in lane 8.
Less than 90 seconds.
These athletes past the halfway marker. Martinez finishing up her final 10 reps in those single leg squats. Hannah Black with 10 more reps in those single leg squats. So your 1 and 2s are in lanes 8 and 9.
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Hannah Black with a slight lead over Anna Martinez as far as the burpee box jump overs go. They got about 45 seconds remaining. It is Anna Martinez striking first, trying to catch up, finishing up 10 reps.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Hannah Black now at the 12 rep count.
Seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Anna Martinez, now your new leader, going into this third and final interval with 17 burpee box jump overs.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our third and final 3-minute interval. Hannah Black, lane number 8, 17 burpee box jump overs, your current leader here in heat number 1, test number 2. This ring complex that consists of 1 toes to rings, 1 muscle up, and 1 dip is proven to be quite the test for these athletes as they look to finish up their first day of competition here in Pasadena. The NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals are one heck of an event. But this test, after that long, grueling one earlier today, is taking its toll on these athletes of heat number 1.
Speaking of these athletes, I know we got some young guns leading the charge for this heat. We also got Jen Ryan in the house. She's made it to the games as a Masters athlete. I think she's like 42, 43, and we were chatting and she's like, I'm coming here, I'm still gonna throw down, have a little fun. She's already punched her ticket to the game, so congrats to Jen Ryan, still throwing down, opting in for the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Athletes, you have 90 seconds.
We got our first athlete off of that ring complex. That is lane number 2, Megan Sears. Sears trying to catch up. There goes Martinez and Ryan. Ryan just might take over Hannah Black's rep count.
1 minute, athletes. Anna Martinez, Jen Ryan, and Megan Sears leading on those one-legged squats. As we know, it comes down to max reps on those burpees. Here we go, lane number 2, back in action. Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Sears over there in lane number 2 might surpass 17 if we see her advance that box into the next round, which she did. She is at 20. We got ourselves a new leader in lane number 2.
Athletes, you're coming down to your final 10 seconds. Let's put our hands together for them, you guys. Cheer them on. 3, 2, 1, time.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Megan Sears, lane number 2, with a rep count of 25 burpee box jump overs.
Just in case you're wondering, individual test 2 is presented by Jocko Go. You might be craving a little energy or protein shake after this one. Jocko Go and Jocko Bolt are the official energy drink and ready-to-drink protein shake of the games.
All right.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2, our individual elite women, 2 of 6. 6 heats in this one, Kiki. Sears in our last heat with 25 burpee box jump overs. Who's gonna take down that top score? They're working on that ring complex. 1 ring to toes, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip. 5 of those, and already Marissa Flowers means business. Marissa wasting no time. Marissa Flowers, lane number 6, flying through those single leg squats. As we are 1 minute into this first 3-minute interval.
Less than 2 minutes remain for our athletes. Marissa Flowers, lane number 6, charging it right now with these one-legged squats here. They go for 20 each and every time. Marissa Flowers able to get into those burpee box jump overs.
Marissa in the lead as Bethany Shadburn chases her down. Marissa.
It is 1, Marissa Flowers. 2, Bethany Shadburn. 3, Toya Nelson. Oh, lane number 10, sneaking in. Who we got down there, Joshy?
Marissa won 7 as Flores here in lane number 10. Trying to catch up, your leader in turbo mode, lane 6. Looking to finish up and get to 10 reps first.
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Marissa Flowers finishing up 10 reps. There she goes, working on rep 11, getting no rep. She's going right back to work. She has at least a 3-rep lead over the rest of her competitors. Make that a 5-rep lead over Flores here in lane number 10.
30 seconds. Athletes, you have 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest.
Nicely done. Nice hustle from Marissa Flowers. 21 reps into that first 3-minute interval. She is going to be a tough score to beat. Sears of 25 is in danger.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2 underway. Marissa Flowers, lane number 6, completing 21 burpee box jump overs in that first interval. That is insane. Seeing how in that last heat, the top score was 25. Marissa flying through this ring complex. She has quite the lead over the rest of the pack. Marissa looking to finish this ring complex first. And she does. Bethany Shadburn trying to chase her down, but all eyes are on lane 6 in the black and green. Marissa Flowers putting on a clinic here in test 2.
It is 1, Flowers, 2, Shadburn, 3, Nelson, 4, Flores. Also joining in, Hannah Hall in lane number 9.
Marissa Flowers flying through this final 5 single leg squats. She's already at 21. Here she goes, 22 in the bank, 22 in counting.
Athletes, you have 90 seconds. Here comes Shadburn to her box. She's working on reps 16, 17.
Marissa Flowers has now tied Sears and now passing Sears. Marissa Flowers is the new score to beat as she chips away and inches closer to 30.
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Marissa Flowers undeniable as she moves in to 30, completing 30 burpee box jump overs.
Athletes, you have 45 seconds. "30 seconds, athletes." Marissa just charging there.
Marissa entering
15 seconds.
She's at 36
10
with
10 seconds. Counting down. 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
38 burpee box jump overs.
Woo. "30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by.
Our third and final heat, or third and our final interval, excuse me, as our athletes work on this ring complex for the final time, trying to get 5 rounds of 1 toes to ring, 1 ring muscle up, and 1 ring dip. Once that is done, it is 20 single leg squats, and then finishing up those burpees over the box. Right now, your top score is 38. The closest to that is lane number 2, Bethany Shadburn with 32. Shadburn off of the rings before Marissa Flowers. And now Shadburn, who is just 6 reps behind, trying to close the lead that Marissa has created. Shadburn means business as she has 10 more single leg squats to go. Marissa trying to get it done, and she does. Marissa chasing down Bethany Shadburn. It is Flowers in second, Shadburn in first. Shadburn just 6 reps behind Marissa.
90 seconds. Athletes, you're more than halfway on this final round. Ladies and gentlemen, Bethany Shadburn.
Bethany now at 33. She is closing the gap between her and Marissa Flowers.
There's 35 reps for Shadburn.
2 reps behind Marissa as Marissa starts to move.
1 minute, 1 minute.
It is going to be a race to the finish. We are at 37 for Bethany, 39 for Marissa. Marissa finishing up and getting 40. She advances. 41 for Marissa Flowers.
Bethany Shadburn now moving in. Athletes, you have 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Keep it going. Can Marissa Flowers get into 50?
Seconds.
Marissa
Athletes,
just 2 reps away from 50.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
50. Marissa Flowers with 50 reps. 50 reps for Marissa Flowers. Very impressive. That is going to be one tough score to beat.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 3. 3 of 6 for our elite women. We've seen 2 heats go at it, with Marissa Flowers setting a huge score of 50 burpee box jump overs, putting all the other elite women on notice. Our athletes moving through this ring complex. 5 rounds of it. The complex consists of toes to rings, 1 ring muscle up and 1 ring dip. They must complete that 5 times. And right here in lane 10, Claire Truax, the first athlete to finish up that ring complex here in that first of 3 3-minute intervals. Holly Henderson and Carissa in the mix, Kiki, but it is Claire Truax and Carson Wolf, your 1 and 2s. Wolf and Truax moving up closer to that box.
Halfway, 90 seconds, athletes.
Carson with less than 5 reps to go. Same goes for Truax, but it is Carson. Lane number 8, up and over the box first.
Athletes, 1 minute.
Carson Wolf up and over. Claire Truax right behind her as they chip away at their first set of burpee box jump overs, all while wearing that Go Ruck bag.
We've got some judges' hands in the air. Looks like lane number 10, Claire Truax, with 30 seconds to go. She might be the first athlete moving that box up. "20 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest.
Truax, Wolf, Holly Henderson, Stacy Laram, all getting to that 10 rep marker. Same goes for Amber Takara and lane number 4, Amy Hosking.
"30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, another 3-minute interval here. We got about a 6-person tie. As they make their way through this 3-minute interval.
Josh, lane number 1, Amber Takara has 10 reps. Lane number 2, Ashley Walden has 6 reps. Lane number 4 with 11 reps. Lane number 5 has 9 reps. There we go, Claire Truax, she's got 11 reps. 2 minutes remain, athletes who are 1 minute in.
Truax trying to work on these single leg squats and get back to her box first. Again, that score to beat is 50. Chloe Wilson, lane 5. Big deep breath before she starts her single leg squats. Truax here in lane number 10, your leader, as she chips away at another set of 5.
90 seconds, athletes.
Nicely done by Amy Hosking, holding on strong as we are down to our final minute here of this second 3-minute interval.
1 minute, athletes, you have 1 minute.
Claire with just 3 more to go. And Claire Truax.
45 seconds. Athletes, you have 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
20 reps. 20 reps for Claire Truax, your new leader here in lane number 10. 2 other athletes at the 17 rep marker, lane 4 and lane 6. But Claire here in lane 10, your leader here in heat number 3.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, their third and final 3-minute interval. Claire Truax, your leader here for heat number 3. She is at 20 reps, 3 reps behind lane number 7. Holly Henderson, 3 reps in front of lane number 6, Stacy Laram. And lane number 4, Amy Hosking. Finishing on this final set of this ring complex that consists of 1 toes to ring, 1 muscle up, and 1 ring dip, all while wearing that ruck bag. They're all chasing down Flowers, Marissa Flowers' score of 50. It is going to be tough.
Flowers put one heck of a performance on display here in that previous heat. Truax is coming out from the rig, beginning her pistols. But Flowers definitely did a number with this particular event. If you're just joining us, this is Heat 3, Test 2 for the women's individual.
Claire Truax trying to get these done as we pass the 90-second marker. We are halfway done into this last and final 3-minute interval.
Chloe Wilson working on her one-legged squats. Chloe Wilson in lane number 5, Truax over in lane number 10. Takara also on the one-legged squats over in lane number 1.
Claire Truax.
Athletes.
Less than 10 single leg squats to go.
1 minute. We got a few more players working on those one-legged squats as we come into the final 45 seconds. Athletes, 30 seconds. What are we looking at, Josh?
Here comes Claire. She is at 21. Claire trying to lengthen her lead. She's at 23 reps.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Claire, I believe with 27 reps, she will take first place in heat number 3. However, Marissa Flowers' top score of 50 still holds as the score to beat.
Halfway through test 2 for the individuals here on the second day of competition at the North America West semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Whittled with 9-time CrossFit Games athletes Stacy Tovar and Tommy Marquez, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. We've already had one test today, and that was earlier. It was that long grinder on the Echo Bike, the Air Runner, and the Ski Erg with the 225-pound and 180-pound hand-over-hand sled pull. The women kicked things off, and it was Catherine Davidsdottir making her first individual in-person appearance in a year, finishing in 28 minutes, 46 seconds. That was good enough for 8th place. Now, Emily Rolfe was out front in the third and final heat for the majority of the time. Rolfe would finish in 27 minutes, 24.47 seconds, but that was good for second place. The test win goes to Stacy Laram, 26:51.26 seconds. She is your overall leader with 100 points. She's already competed here in test number 2. Emily Rolfe sits in second with 97 points, followed by Hannah Black. Test number 2 presented by Jocko Go. Tommy, you gotta get to the box in order to rack up some reps.
Yeah, the only movement that truly matters on the scorecard, that max burpees over the box at the end, but you gotta go through 5 of those ring complexes, toe to ring, muscle up, ring dip, and 20 single leg squats done in 5 rep increments on each leg.
Now, Stacy, let's talk recipe for success. We have 2 cooks in the kitchen here, so I'll let you go first. What'd you add to this dish?
It starts on those rings, strategic breaks throughout the complex. There's no need to go unbroken on that thing.
I guess that makes me the sous chef, so steady through the middle here. That middle round, we're seeing athletes throttle back just a little bit so they have enough to get through the complex and hit the gas on the final one.
10 women in this 4th of 6 heats. Kelly Clark will be in lane 8. Last year, she missed qualifying for the CrossFit Games by 1 point. She is technically a master's athlete, saying this is her last year competing in the open division.
You know, I'm fortunate enough to train just down the road from Kelly up in Santa Cruz, California. She's healthy this year. She had an injury that kind of held her back a little bit last year. Got it healthy, and this is as good a crack for her as ever.
And speaking of masters athletes, China Cho.
Let's go.
Someone you've competed against.
My girl, secretly rooting for her to make it so that I can win the Masters division in 35 to 39. How about that, guys?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with cheering for your self-interest here. round one is underway. First of 3 rounds, 5 ring complexes. Now you can break these up. Women wearing that 10-pound ruck.
And like I mentioned in the recipe for success, you want to break them up. Be strategic with those breaks. It'll save you in the long run.
We've seen a lot of athletes early on take the break after the first muscle up and getting another toes to bar, and then you get the break in between the toes to bar and the muscle up. That way you get a full kick jumping into the rings for that next muscle up.
The score to beat is Marissa Flowers, who racked up 50 reps on the burpee box jump overs. In lane 5, Meredith Swindle is out front early. Swindle played softball at Stetson University. She was the first All-American in that program's history. And in 2020, she was named to the Atlantic Sun Conference's All-Decade team. Next to her in lane 4 is Addison Balderson, and Addison is out front along with Chelsea Nicholas down in lane number 10.
Addison looks extremely confident in those pistols, just repping them out one after the next, not even losing her balance.
And it is Balderson on to the burpee box jump overs first, followed by Meredith Swindle, and then now down in lane number 10, Chelsea Nicholas is there as well. There's Chelsea Nicholas on the right side of your screen in lane 10, as we now have 7 athletes onto the burpee box jump overs here in the opening round of this 4th heat. 2 heats remain after this.
It's always interesting to see techniques that carry over from week 1 to week 2. Week 2, we saw a couple different versions of people jumping on and over the box. Now we see most of these athletes landing, keeping their hips low, and choosing to step off, just reducing the impact on each one of these reps.
That pivot is definitely going to save the heart rate. It's also going to save the legs. When you jump over and jump down onto the floor, that impact just, it eats you up after a certain amount of time and a certain amount of reps.
20 seconds left in this opening round. And Addison Balderson in the middle of your floor along with Meredith Swindle. They are your leaders. Top of the screen in lane number 8, Kelly Clark moving up. She's gaining some ground here in the final seconds of round number 1. And Chelsea Nicholas among the top athletes. So we'll have to wait for the totals to be displayed on the placards at the far end of the floor before we figure out who leads here. But it's Balderson with 16 reps. She is in first. Chelsea Nicholas down in lane 10 has 13, and Meredith Swindle has 13 as well. They are your top 3 here in the heat.
And Chelsea Nicholas also competed in the individual and age group division this opening season.
Well, many CrossFit boxes around the U.S. and even a few internationally are hosting special events this weekend to remember fallen heroes in honor of Memorial Day. Stay tuned to the CrossFit website and social media this Sunday and Monday for updates from Dave Castro on the history of this important tradition in the CrossFit community and for highlights from local events. Well, round 2 is underway, and it's Addison Balderson who got through 16 burpee box jump overs in round 1. She has the lead here.
Really good positioning on that muscle up. First couple unbroken, she's catching really high. That's a good sign, especially as we've seen some athletes start to fatigue a lot of that pressing that we're doing with this burpee box jump over.
Balderson has been to the CrossFit Games a couple of times. Last year she competed on a team, and then back in 2016 she was 7th in the 16 to 17-year-old division. Balderson, Swindle, and Nicholas down in lane 10, far right side of your screen, should be the first 3 through these 5 ring complexes. Those of our muscle up and dip. And Balderson is on to the one-legged squats.
And she's going to have no problem moving through these pistols. She's not even losing her balance. She's totally composed, standing nice and tall at the top, clearly getting that depth, looking great out there.
It's always a great sign. You don't have to see them hinging at the hip as much to kind of counterbalance there. Just overall strength in the squat. Something to keep in mind on that last rep, just behind her, Meredith Swindle on Allison's left. Really struggled with that last rep, just barely got it. It was a close no rep. Maybe something to keep her eye on in this third round.
That's Chelsea Nicholas in lane 10. She finished 11th in the Masters Online semifinals. Missed the games by 5 points. So
she might be cheering for China to make it too. Get that backfill invite.
Yeah, I was looking for her on the leaderboard when I was going through the age group semis and quarters. So, yeah, she's a competitor, man. Let's go Masters.
3 Masters athletes here in this 4th heat.
We can game, bro.
Madison Balderson is still your leader here in lane 4, left side of your screen. Chelsea Nicholas on the right side. They're 2 now of the 5 athletes, now 6, as Kelly Clark makes her way to the box. Racking up reps here on the burpee box jump overs. China Cho is one of those. China Cho's on the far left side of your screen, just advancing her box. 30 seconds to go here in this second of 3 intervals. Balderson still your leader, along with Chelsea Nicholas.
And this is where we said we wanted them to push the throttle a little bit. Let's go. This is round 2. Make your move here.
We get a little heat check. You know, everyone comes out strong because that first round is the tie break. Body starts to warm up a little bit after sitting in those stalls, lining up. We see some athletes really settle into a nice pace here.
That'll do it for round 2. And waiting for the final totals on the placard. Balderson is through 31 reps, Nicholas through 25.
Madison had those 3 seconds left, and she utilized every second remaining on the clock, sneaking in 1 last rep to get her just above that 30 rep count.
Both Chelsea and Addison only fell off by 1 rep in that second round. Looking strong so far.
Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
So far, we have seen all of these women able to tackle the muscle-up portion of this complex. But remember, it wasn't that long ago that we first saw ring muscle-ups at the CrossFit Games back in 2009. And several women in that test were not able to complete the 15 required in that event. Now with this 10-pound pack, just a testament to how far the sport has come and how fit all these women truly are.
Chelsea Nicholas, 25 reps through 2 rounds. The score to beat again belongs to Marissa Flowers, 50 reps. And then Bethany Shadburn currently has the 2nd best score at 46.
Sean, if she can get to that box with 90 seconds left on the clock, she has the opportunity to take the lead from Marissa. There's time to get 25 burpee box jump overs in those 90 seconds.
If we think back to a week ago, we saw the little bit of oscillation between rounds for Emma Lawson. She went 21, 19, 21. So once you get past this ring muscle up, we start to see them really put their foot down on the gas.
There's Addison Balderson in lane 4. She is your leader right now in this heat. Has 1 complex left.
I like her breaks, though. She's super strategic. She knows she can win it on the pistols, and then she's smooth sailing after that. You know, just get to the box, get to the box. There she goes.
Balderson is through. Now, Abigail Domet was there first in lane 3. Now China Cho is off, along with Chelsea Nicholas.
This has been China's best round so far. She's just warming up. She just needs a little more time, guys. That's it. That's it.
I know about that. Masters warm up.
There's you got 3 Masters athletes in the booth. We know exactly about that.
Takes a while for them knees to get warm. You know?
That's right.
Madison Balderson has passed Abigail Domet for the lead here, and she will move now to the burpee box jumps, left side of your screens. Chelsea Nicholas in second place. Balderson came in with 31 reps to this round. Here comes Domit and China Cho. And Meredith Swindle is on her one-legged squat. She's in the background on the left side of your screen. You can see her judge there in lane 5. And Meredith will move into the picture now. She works on those 4 sets of 5.
And Addison can still catch Bethany Shadburn's second best score from an earlier heat as well. She was only 16 reps off coming into this round. If she matches her first round score from this cycle, she'll be able to catch her.
Final seconds of Balderson, and we will wait on her total. 43 reps for Balderson. That will put her in 3rd place right now in this test behind Flowers and Shadburn. So let's take a look back here at Balderson's effort. And this is really on the one-legged squats where she was able to separate herself.
Yeah, Stacy said, look how upright she is, how quick she is in the transition from each rep. Buying her a lot of time early on. She needed it. Really put up a huge number in those first couple cycles.
And then Addison Balderson will unofficially have 43 reps. Right now, the 3rd best score that we have seen with 2 heats remaining here in test number 2. Two heats remain here in test 2 for the individual women on the second day of competition at the North America West Semifinal from Pasadena, California. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland, alongside 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacy Tovar, Tommy Marquez, and we got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Overall standings coming in after test number 1. It's Stacy Larum who has the overall lead thanks to her victory in test number 1. She did that in the second heat. Emily Rawl finished second, and it's Hannah Black in 3rd. Spots 11 through 20 separated by just 20 points. As we get set for the ring complexes, the single leg squats, and the burpee box jump overs.
Yep, you'll have 5 ring complexes, toe to ring, muscle up, ring dip, alternating 5 reps on each leg for a total of 20 single leg squats, and then max burpees over the box in the remaining time. We'll go through 3 intervals with 1 minute in between.
Stacy, what's the recipe for success?
The first recipe is just being strategic on the ring complex. You need to be breaking it up for sure. There's no need for you to go unbroken.
When you go through that middle round, make sure you save a little bit of gas for the end.
Here are the 10 women who will be on the competition floor. Katrin Davidsdottir will be in lane number 1. Her first individual in-person competition in a year.
This is definitely a redemption workout for Katrin. Last year, you know, she mis-strategized the muscle up workout at the MAC. So we'll see how much the hard work is paying off this offseason.
I see what you did there.
I see.
We are underway. 50 reps from Marissa Flowers is still the score to beat. Well, down to lane 4, Sydney Mikulishin, coming off a season where she took 31st place at the CrossFit Games.
And we actually bumped into her at a local affiliate in the days leading up to it. I asked her what workout or what test she's looking forward to, and this was one of the ones she said she had circled because she is so strong at upper body pulling.
And she is almost through her 5 ring complexes.
Yeah, as we get into this last heat, or the second to last heat here, expect that will go up, reps will go up, people start to go a little bit further along that complex instead of strategically breaking like the earlier heats, because the upper body capacity has just improved.
Mikulishin and Rail were among the first 2. Down in lanes 8 and 9, Madison McElhaney, Elia Miller, and then Hattie Canio were also onto the one-legged squats, and it's Canio right now who's in front.
Again, you look at those pistols, she's just repping them out, not losing control, standing tall at the top. Looks really steady and smooth on those pistols.
And Canio is done, and she will start her first set of burpee box jump overs. Catherine Davis' daughter is almost done with her one-legged squat. She's got 5 reps remaining.
And when our research team reached out to a bunch of these athletes beforehand, one of the things that Hattie said she wanted to see was a bunch of gymnastics and some burpee box jump overs. Well, here you go in this first day. You got a groove pitch for sure.
She's at a CrossFit Greater Heights in Houston, Texas, and she is through her first 10 reps. We have every athlete but I believe one. Freya Moosbrugger is still working on her one-legged squats, but other than Freya, everyone on the burpee box jump overs here.
And we're seeing a lot more jumping over.
Yeah.
Tommy, there's no more pivoting, which is the way to go.
I mean, look at the pop from Hattie. I mean, she's landing very high, so it's not like she's catching and lowering herself down or popping off. She's just 1-2 with the feet and right over. If you got the hip drive, you got the hip pop.
Go for it, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Approaching 10 seconds left in this round, and Canio is already through her first 2 sets of 10. Now 20 and counting for her. And she will be your leader after one round. 22 reps in round 1 for Canio. Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor.
So Jason, I have to ask you, as if this complex wasn't difficult enough, you add that ruck to the back. What do the athletes need to do to make that complex a non-issue in this event?
Well, I mean, it's going to be an issue because adding the pack, it's going to make it a lot more challenging. But in this particular case, when you generally do a muscle up, if you lean back a lot, that's your normal technique, it's going to be really difficult because that weight's going to keep pulling you backward. So staying a little bit more in an upright position, pulling a little bit harder, quicker is going to help you in that. So you see those guys, the big kips, it's really difficult to do that with the pack on.
So is it a muscle up test? Is it a one-legged squat test? Is it a burpee test?
I don't think it's a single leg squat test. I don't even think it's a burpee test. I think it's all about this complex and getting to those burpees and reducing the fatigue, right? Because you got to hit those and still be able to come back here and do that.
2008 Fittest Man on Earth, Jason Kalipa here as well, obviously. Thank him for taking some time to help us out. Round 2 is underway. It's Hattie Canio who is your leader with 22 reps. Have a couple athletes who got 15, but no one was any closer than that. And Sydney Mikulishin is done along with Bailey Rail, and down in lane 9, Elia Miller is finished as well. Canio's still working. You can see her in the back on the all black, right-hand part of Sharina on the box on your right side. She is through her first 5 ring complexes, and this is where she was able to catch Mikulishin and Rail is on these one-legged squats.
Hadi did tell me earlier today that number 2 was her favorite workout, so here we are. Test number 2.
Oceania is already creeping up on Mikulishin and Rail, as is Zoe Warren in lane 3. And there is Zoe Warren, who is looking to be the first woman through these one-legged squats, and she is done.
Great pace right there.
And she only got 10 burpee box jump overs in round 1. Elia Miller, right side, upper right-hand portion of your screen. She is now onto the burpee box jump overs, and here comes Hadi Kanyo. Rail and Mikulishin racking up some reps as well on the box. Catherine Davisdottir and Trista Smith look to be the next 2 done with the one-legged squats. Kanyo on the right side of your screen, lane number 7. She was your leader coming into this round. Now Bailey Rail starting to catch up. Mikulishin as well, moving into the 3rd set of 10, as is Zoe Warren. So Warren with a great pace here in round number 2.
Warren picked up about 2 reps on Sydney and Bailey in that transition to the box first, but more importantly, both Bailey and Sydney picking up reps on Hadi. And if Hadi was struggling on the muscle-ups in that 2nd round, it's only going to get worse here with a little bit more shoulder and pressing fatigue.
Kanyo still in the lead as she advances her box to the 30 to 40 range. Catherine Davisdottir, bottom of your screen, is trying to get to the 30 rep mark.
You see the difference between Hadi in the 1st round and the 2nd there. Now she's catching lower, doesn't quite have the same pop. Fatigue starting to pour in a little bit.
33 reps for Kanyo is still the top scorer, but Bailey Rail was able to cut into that. Rail has 29, and down in lane 9, Elia Miller is through 28. Lane 4, Sydney Mikulishin through 27. There is Bailey Rail, finished 28th at the CrossFit Games last year, looking for her 3rd individual performance. She's also gone twice as a member of the team in 2017 and 2018.
Bailey and Sydney both part of that sophomore class last year that maybe had a little bit of a regression at the games and hoping to turn it back around here in a 3rd trip.
The top score is still 50 reps from Marissa Flowers. And the 2nd best score belongs to Bethany Shadburn at 46. The final round here.
These girls are looking great on the rings for already having done 2 rounds prior.
Elia Miller might have an opportunity to seize this heat here. She had 14 in the 1st round, matched it with another 14 in the 2nd. Very little drop off and looking really strong on the rings.
Fun fact about Ellie, she actually has her level 1 and her level 2. She wants to get her level 3. She used to weigh, guys, 200 pounds and has lost 40 pounds and has had quite the transformation journey along the way. So I'm proud of her.
She actually turned down a National Guard position and an application to the FBI to pursue CrossFit. Rail and Miller are onto the one-legged squats. They're the only 2 athletes out there. Hadi Kanyo is just trying to gut through this last ring complex. She's got to get the dip, and she can't hit it now. And the dip is from top to top. That's important.
That's a good point, Sean. So that means that pulling through and getting finished with the muscle up only is the start of the next rep. She still has to do another full dip on top of that. It's one of the little nuances of this complex.
Well, Bailey Rail is out front along with Elia Miller, and then in lane 3, Zoe Warren, as we saw in round number 2, starting to creep up. Rail is through. She has 29 reps. She was 4 behind Kanyo coming in. Elia Miller to the box. And here comes Zoe Warren. 1 minute to go, and Bailey Rail looking to take the lead here as Canio is still back on the rings.
You want a red line on the rings, but you gotta always save one in the tank.
Bailey Rail has now taken the lead from Canio, and Elia Miller is looking to do the same as well.
Rail was 1 rep ahead of Miller coming into this round, and she got 2 reps in before Miller was able to get that transition of pulling the box into that next section.
And keep an eye on the left side of your screen. That's Zoe Warren. She's got a great pace going here too. Rail advances her box. She is in the lead. She's through 40 reps. Warren is through 40 reps as well. Final seconds here. Now keep in mind, the tie break is what you did in round 1, and I believe Rail will have that if they tied.
And Bailey at the last second, her judge says no rep.
I think Zoe Warren's gonna edge her out by a rep. We'll see. We're waiting for the placards to be updated.
Sean, if that's the case, that is a costly no rep. That literally her feet were touching the ground just as the clock was 0.
The Warren, her placard still reads 29. They haven't added the score, at least from our vantage point. Mikulishin was through 34 in lane 4, and Bailey Rail looks like she amassed 42 reps, but this is how close the finish was. Time may have just run out on Bailey Rail on that final rep. Again, we cannot see her final score.
It looked like Warren got her feet to the floor to finish the rep beforehand. Bailey Rail came off 1 foot in front of the other. Didn't look like she got both feet down. You could just see her judge kind of hidden by the box give that no rep. That's tough, but a great effort nonetheless.
50 still the score to beat. We'll see if anybody can track that down. 1 heat left here in test 2 for the women. Final heat here for test 2 as the women close out their opening day of competition at the Pasadena Convention Center in the North America West Semifinal. I'm Sean Woodland with 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacy Tovar, and Tommy Marquez. Nikki Brazier has us covered down on the competition floor. After 1 test, Stacey Larum got the test win earlier today, racked up 100 points and sits atop the overall standings. Emily Rolfe just 3 back of her, and it's Hannah Black in 3rd. Test number 2, it's all about what you do on the 3rd part.
Got to get through the complexes and the single leg squats. Remaining time, fill it up with burpee box jump over. We're going to reset and do that 3 times total.
And the recipe for success, you know, strategic breaks throughout the complex there on the rings and steady through the middle. Round 2 is where you make your move.
10 women here in this 6th and final heat. In lane 6 is Alex Gazan, someone who looks to make her 2nd trip to the CrossFit Games.
She's back there warming up her pistols. She looks ready. I talked to her coach again, Justin Kotler, and she practiced this. We may be seeing a new world record here, boys. I'm not gonna lie. She has the best upper pulling, I'm telling you, in the game. The best puller.
Let's check in with Nikki Brazier with the woman who's going to be right next to Alex, Ariel Owen.
Yeah, Ariel Owen is someone you do not want to sleep on in this event. Now, she did tell me that she tweaked her elbow 2 weeks ago and was trying to rest it as much as possible for this event, but she also called her shot. She said that she's most excited to show off some of her high-skill gymnastics here. We'll see if that elbow holds up.
Final heat is underway. 50 reps is still the mark to beat. It belongs to Marissa Flowers.
You can see Ariel slipped on an elbow sleeve. She didn't have that in test number 1 earlier this morning, but she did slip it on for this event.
It looks like she's favoring that side just a little bit in the turnover, getting that left side locked in before the right. Usually see that under fatigue, but maybe just to protect it just a little extra in this ring complex.
Alex is just slipping through those rings with no problem. So smooth. Her hip thrust is so powerful.
Gazan Lowen, Lauren Fisher, Rebecca Fuselier, and Christine Kohlenbrander all done with those ring complexes at about the same time.
Remember Fuselier's background here, guys. She's that gymnast. She knows what's going on the rings, and she's got the mobility and stability for the single leg squats.
Fuselier needs this after a really rough go in that first event. That sled stopped her in her tracks, so gonna have to start the climb here.
Fuselier is out front here. And on her final set of 5 one-legged squats, she'll be first to the burpee box jump overs. Here comes Ariel Lowen. And Alice Gazan is going to be next. Also down in lane 2, Christine Kohlenbrander working on her burpee box jump overs. Fuselier, Lowen, and Gazan, your top 3 right now in round 1, but more women getting themselves to the box, including Lauren Fisher and Allison Weiss.
Gazan now making a move. Lowen and Fuselier was on the box before her, but here she is.
Fuselier is going to be the first to advance her box after completing 10 reps. Gazan is done and Lowen is done. So Gazan able to make up some ground there on Ariel Lowen as we have 40 seconds remaining in this opening round. Marissa Flowers' top score of 50 reps got put up in heat number 2. .15 seconds remaining. Alice Gazan has 2 reps remaining here before she gets through 20. Rebecca Fuselier may have gotten through 20. She advanced her box. Well, Bear Complex is offering fans the ultimate VIP experience at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Scan the QR code now for your chance to win free tickets, a meet and greet with Noah Olson, and a Bear Complex prize pack filled with top quality gear. Fuselier got through 20 reps. She's your leader in this round. Alex Gazan was 1 rep behind her, and Ariel Lowen has 18. So the top 3 scores all in the middle of the floor.
This round's going to give us a pretty heavy indication of where this is going to go, because we saw in the last round Hadi Canio came out with 22 reps and then just crashed and burned, wasn't able to hold on. 3 women within 2 reps of each other. As Stacy said, you can really make a move here just with consistency in your pacing.
Round 2 underway. These are your top 3 women here in this final heat in the middle of the floor. Fuselier, Gazan, and Lowen.
Ooh, and that last rep was really close for Rebecca Fuselier. Starting to toy with failure on those rings. Wow.
That right hand just doesn't want to turn over on top of those rings. You can see it gets stuck on that forearm.
Once again, Gazan and Lowen leading the way here. Christine Kohlenbrander in lane 2. 3rd woman onto the one-legged squats. And now here comes Lauren Fisher, the far end of the floor, down in lane number 10. Rebecca Fuselier is off of the rings. Lane 3 is Emily Rolfe, and she is now just getting to her one-legged squat. She was second in test number 1, sits second overall because of that, but she only got 7 reps in the opening round. And now Ariel Lowen is done with her 21-legged squats, and she will beat Gazan to the box and is now tied her for second, and with 1 rep, she'll take the lead from Rebecca Fuselier.
In the first round, though, Ariel, similar story, couple reps ahead, but Alex reeled her in as we got to the last 30 or 40 seconds of the interval.
Rebecca Fuselier is now onto the box, and the top 3 from round 1 are your top 3 here in round 2.
In the background of the shot, Sean, Danny Spiegel still on the rings, just now finishing up her complex. You know, she was outside of she had a 14th place finish in this first event. Doing tough here. This is probably not the start to her weekend that she wanted.
Well, Spiegel had 10 reps in round number 1. Alex Gazan looks like she may have overtaken Ariel Lowen here.
She gets to the floor a little faster than Ariel. She pivots off that box. There they are tied. She pivots off that box and she goes right back down, where Ariel takes a quick little break before she brings the chest to the floor.
It's those crazy little nuances that pile up over the course of 30, 40 reps. So you take a half second here, a quarter second there. Before you know it, you've picked up 10, 15 seconds overall.
Approaching 10 seconds remaining in the round, and it's Gazan and Lowen fighting for the top spot with Rebecca Fuselier close behind them. And Christine Kohlenbrander is in 4th, so we'll wait the totals here.
Alex Gazan just made a push on that last rep to get an extra one in, but wasn't able to get it before the buzzer. She got no rep on her final rep, so just a little bit of that energy expenditure that won't count on the leaderboard.
And it's still really tight between Gazan, Lowen, and Fuselier. Gazan in lane 6 has 35 reps. She's tied with Lowen, and Rebecca Fuselier is only 1 rep back at 34. Score to beat again is Marissa Flowers at 50.
Fuselier had to take an extra break because she almost got no rep on the muscle-ups. She may have to go through something similar here, maybe look to have her break a little bit earlier.
I would agree. I would agree with that. It's great to see Ariel, even though that she's got that little tweak in the elbow, not really sure what's going on there. She's gonna make a move and getting through these complex.
The top 3 in the middle. Lauren Fisher is in 4th place. She's down in lane 10. Fisher was able to amass 30 reps through the first 2 rounds. And there is Lauren Fisher on the right side of the screen.
As she transitions through those rings, Lauren really leads with her hips. So you'll notice it's a big kip. She takes a nice strategic break there, just one single toe to ring. And then on this next transition here, as she gets her back up onto the rings, she'll lead with the hip and a really fast, quick sit through on top.
Lowen and Gazan off at the same time. Have to do 5 on one leg, move to the next box, do 5 on the other. The top scorers from last week, the 2 Emmas, 61 for Emma Lawson and 58 for Emma Carey.
And interesting, Lowen doesn't have her waistband attached on her ruck pack. Maybe giving her a little bit more wiggle room on these single leg squats, but I think she's the only female athlete I've seen actually keep that unclipped.
Christine Kohlenbrander and Lauren Fisher, right side of your screen, are onto the one-legged squats. The Lowen will get to the box first. She and Gazan tied at 35 reps coming into this 3rd and final round. Now Gazan is making her way to the box.
And they're on both great paces here. They needed 90 seconds to really push the pace and get through that 50 mark, and they both did that. So it'll be a great race to the end.
Well, Christine Kohlenbrander is trying to catch Lauren Fisher right now for 4th, and perhaps pass Rebecca Fuselier for 3rd as both Lowen and Gazan are through 40 reps.
Lowen has about a 2-rep lead over Gazan by the time they were able to move to that new section.
Lauren Fisher there in the background has a really good pace going here, and she's getting set to finish her 40th rep. Fuselier onto the box as well. There's Lauren Fisher on the right side of your screen as Alex Gazan and Ariel Lowen are getting set to hit.
We're seeing a lot more jumping off the box instead of the pivot. It's a little bit quicker movement.
Now this will be for the test win. That's 50 reps. So now Gazan and Lowen with 10 seconds to go are fighting for 100 points, and they're going rep for rep. This one could come down to the tiebreak in round number 1. And that's gonna do it. What a fight. What? 54 reps it looks like for both athletes. So we'll go back to round 1, unofficially right now for the tiebreak.
Alex Gazan got 19 reps in that first one to Ariel Lowen's 18.
So Alex Gazan, because of her effort in round 1, looking like she's gonna pick up the victory here. Rebecca Fuselier in lane 4 is gonna finish 3rd in this heat with 46. Colin Brander got 43. Now Olivia Kersetter in lane 1, that score is wrong. So I'm not gonna even say what it was because we don't want to add some confusion here, but this was a great battle here at the end.
And early on, it was Rebecca Fuselier setting the top mark, but she started to struggle on the rings. That's when Lowen and Gazan made their move. And they were pretty much within 2 reps of each other the entire way. Lowen would get to the box first. Gazan would start to reel her in. This kind of cat and mouse game that we saw last week as well with Emma Carey and Emma Lawson. And these two very fit women pushing each other to the brink. Just what a phenomenal finish we got at the end.
And it was a tie when the buzzer sounded. And again, because of what Gazan did in round 1, she's probably going to get the test win. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Man, you guys are exhausted, so thank you so much for taking a moment to chat with us. I just have to know what was going through your mind when you were rep for rep at the very end. Ariel, I'll start with you.
Well, Alex and I were teammates at Wadapalooza, so I know she can burpee like no other. So I was just hang on to that 1 extra rep because she was catching up fast.
Right.
But it's fun when you love the person next to you. I'm trying to do good, but I want her to do good as well.
Yeah, what is it like when you know your teammate, ex-teammate, but you're kind of vying for a similar spot? How do you use that to push yourself?
I think, when people talk about like wanting to win against the best, like I love the Ariel so good, and it wouldn't be fun if I wasn't chasing at her tail.
Congratulations, ladies. We'll let you go relax. Thank you so much.
My daughter at home. Yes. Blakely, I know you're watching. Hi, I love you. Thanks.
And Ariel Lowen's daughter was treated to quite a race. Well, the women are done for the day. We still have more action to come. When we return, the men will take on test number 2. We'll have light coverage of the first 3 heats. Stacey, Tommy, and I will be back for heat number 4.
If you're interested in the games and you find yourself really captivated by what's going on there, truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you, not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested, therefore, in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're going to see in the expression on the field of play.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's Mal.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath.
He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it.
30 seconds. Stand by.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Our men going after individual test 2. Same rules apply with our men as it did with our women. Working on that 5 ring complexes of 1 toes to rings, 1 muscle up, and 1 ring dip. They will then have 20 single leg squats followed by max burpee box jump overs. The only difference between the men and the women are the men wearing a 20-pound ruck bag and the box height is 30 inches. We got 3, 4, make that 4 athletes already on those single leg squats, Kiki. Looks like lane number 2 on your side, Kiki, is in the lead.
1 minute in, 2 minutes to go.
Eric Evans here in lane number 10, looking strong. Lane number 5, Clay Farias, up and over. He's the one starting his burpee box jump over journey
90
first.
seconds.
But lane number 2 on your side, Kiki, is flying. Lane number 2 is flying as Clay trying to catch up. Clay in lane number 5, Tony in lane 2 are your 1 and 2s.
1 minute.
And it is Clay advancing his box, finishing up 10 reps. Clay Farias in lane number 5, your leader.
Seconds. $15 seconds.
Clay at 17 reps.
10 seconds.
Clay trying to hold on to that lead as he jumps up and over that 30-inch box.
3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
I believe Clay finishing up that last rep. He is at 20.
$30 seconds. $10 seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, your leader in this heat, Clay, lane number 5, Clay Farias. First athlete to get to 20 reps. Tony Lauders in second place with 16 reps. So we got ourselves quite a race between these 2 athletes. who's gonna hop off of those rings and onto those single leg squats first. And it is on your side, Kiki, Tony. Tony in lane number 2. Advancing up, he is just a few reps behind.
Athletes, you are 1 minute in, 2 minutes to go on your second round.
Tony Lauders in the lead as he knocks down 10 reps, moving on up to the next set of 10. Tony just 4 reps behind Clay Farias. Clay in lane number 5, Tony in lane 2.
Seconds halfway on this hump round. Here comes Tony Lauders in lane number 2, back for some more burpee box jump overs. I believe he was starting with 16 reps, if that is correct on the placard. He is the lone athlete there. I'm sure he likes it that way, but here comes lane number 10, Eric Evans out of Bear Republic CrossFit. Athletes, you just hit 2 minutes. 1 minute remains.
Tony looking to finish up these burpee box jump overs and take over the lead. Tony in lane 2 on Kiki's side. Collecting reps as we have about 30 seconds remaining.
Very true story right there, Josh E.G. A couple more athletes joining in on the burpee box jump overs. Lane number 5, Clay Ferris from Einhorn CrossFit, dropping and getting it going. Athletes, you have 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds.
Tony making moves.
3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Here we go. Our final 3-minute interval coming up for heat number 1. Tony, your new leader with 29 reps.
Seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is our third and final 3-minute interval as our athletes try to collect reps. Who's going to be sitting on top of that leaderboard with the most reps possible on these max burpee box jump overs? Tony Lauders in lane 2 with 29 reps. His closest competitor, lane 5, Clay Farias with a total of 24. Third place would be lane number 10, Eric Evans with 21.
If you're just joining us, this is heat number 1, individual test 2. The final event of day number 1 for our individual athletes here at the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Lauders in lane number 2, on to those single leg squats.
He's in the zone, Kiki, as he moves into that next set of 5, looking to set the standard, if you will, here in test number 2.
Athletes, you are halfway, 90 seconds. Lauders taking another step up. Over in lane number 10, also working on those one-legged squats, it's Eric Evans. 1 Lauders, 2 Evans. And then here comes lane number 6, Harley Pescosolido. Have to look at that one for a second. Athletes, you're coming in to your final minute. There it is, 60 seconds.
Tony advancing that box, finishing up 30 reps.
He knows there are 5 more heats of men coming behind him.
Tony all by himself there, Kiki, as he's the only athlete on to those final burpee box jump overs.
20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to our athletes.
Shout out to Tony Lauders for getting the farthest here in that rep count for heat number 1.
Justin Dewitt.
1 minute. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, heat 2 underway, 39.39. Believe is the rep count to beat. Our athletes working on that ring complex, 5 rounds of 1 toes to ring, 1 ring muscle up, and 1 ring dip. After that, it is 20 single leg squats, and then as many burpee box jump overs, jumping over 30 inches on that box. And look at that, Kiki, about 5, make that 6 athletes making their way over to those single leg squats.
One minute in, 2 minutes remaining.
Waiting patiently to see which athlete makes their way over to that box jump over. It's going to be Parker Foster. Parker up and over. Parker Foster out of Coda CrossFit. Your #1 athlete here in lane number 9. Lane number 2 on Kiki's side. Charles Cackert out of CrossFit Dallas Central.
Athletes with 1 minute remaining. 1 minute to go until you get a little bit of rest, but right now it is all about those max burpee box jump overs here with your little backpack going to the School of CrossFit here at the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 2. Looks like we got a little movement in lane number 9. Parker Foster from Coda CrossFit. Athletes, you've got about 30 seconds. There it is, 30 seconds to go. Parker Foster trying to keep Taylor Sturgis in lane number 2, Charles Cackert at bay. They've got about 15 seconds remaining here. 10 seconds to go. In their final few seconds, 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Parker Foster getting all the way up to 18 reps. Pretty solid start for lane number 9.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second 3-minute interval is underway. Parker Foster getting the furthest in that heat with 18 reps. Here we go. Which one of these athletes is going to finish this interval first? Or at least get as far as they can on those burpee box jump overs. Parker Foster looking in his rear view and seeing lane number 1 and lane number 5 in the mix. Parker advancing
minutes remain.
Parker, big deep breath as he starts to feel the pressure of lane number 1, Justin Dewing. Parker looking to finish up these burpee box jump overs.
Athletes coming up on that halfway marker here for the second round. 90 seconds to go as they look to finish up that final set of one-legged squats. Again, lane number 9 leading the charge. That is Parker Foster, out of Coda CrossFit in the red shirt. But he's got company over in lane number 1, Justin Dewing in the blue shirt. Here comes lane number 7, Alessandro Zanet. Lane number 6 in there as well, Isaac Ferraris. Athletes, you have 1 minute. This crew, with less than 60 seconds to go, round 2 of 3 underway for individual test 2, heat number 2. Justin Dewing trying to chase down Parker Foster, your leader in the red shirt. Right behind him in lane number 1, it's the blue shirt. 30 seconds to go.
Parker trying to get to that magic number of 30 with 20 seconds remaining. Parker at 28.
Athletes, 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Parker Foster, still your number 1 athlete at 30. Remember, the last athlete in heat number 1 to get to 30, he got to 39, and that is the score to beat for these athletes. Parker Foster real close to taking down that top score of 39 as we move into that third and final 3-minute interval.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All eyes are on lane number 9, Parker Foster, trying to get to 39. He's already at 30. He has a commanding lead over the rest of the pack. His closest competitor is in lane number 1, Justin Dewing. He's only behind him, separated by just 4 reps, as Dewing in lane 1, Foster in lane 9, Dewing in the blue, Foster in the red. Those are your 1 and 2s here in heat number 2.
Dewing in lane number 1, first of the one-legged squats. It goes 1, Justin Dewing out of Cowtown CrossFit. Lane number 5 might be coming out next. That's Stephen Jones out of Coda CrossFit. Athletes, you are 1 minute in, 2 minutes remaining. Lane number 5 into the one-legged pistols next. That is Stephen Jones. And here comes lane number 4, Nico Flores. It goes 1, Dewing, 2, Jones, 3, Flores.
Dewing may take over the lead here, Kiki, as Parker having a little trouble with that final dip in that ring complex. So that may allow lane number 1 to take over the lead.
Athletes, you're more than halfway, less than 90 seconds to go. Dewing in lane number 1, getting ready to do some burpees. He's currently got 26, I believe, if that card is right. Could be, maybe not. We will find out. Athletes, you're pulling into that final minute. There it is, 60 seconds. With less than a minute to go, Doings able to grab that box and pull it. Moving right along, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is, your new number one, lane number one at 31. Can he get to 39?
Athletes, you have 30 seconds. These athletes with just seconds remaining before they close out day one of competition for the individuals here with heat number 2. 15 seconds. It's gonna be 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, time.
Ooh, that was a close one. Judge said no, so it looks like we have a new number one score to beat with 40 reps. Give it up for Justin Dewey.
Seconds. Stand by. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 3 this time, up for action. Individual test 2 underway here, day 1 for our individual athletes. They're looking to close out their first day of competition as strong as possible, wanting to bump up that leaderboard, but they got to get through some tests of fitness indeed. We've got for total reps completed in 3 3-minute intervals. Yes, they will do this 3 times, 3 minutes apiece. They're going for 5 ring complexes. That's 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single-legged squats, gonna be demonstrated by Anthony Davis over there in lane number 10, and then max burpee box jump overs. It's almost a buy-in, if you will, to get to those max burpee box jump overs. The fellas are wearing a 20-pound ruck, and they've got a 30-inch box that they're working with. We are coming up on that first minute in. There it is, 1 minute in, 2 minutes remain.
Lane number 10 having some trouble getting all the way down. Couple of no reps as he was pretty fast off of the rings, allowing some of the other competitors to surpass him. Lane number 9, CJ Gerald, moving on up. Gerald finishing up his final sets of single leg squats, but it is lane 7, Max Krieg,
Josh,
up
these
and
guys
over the box.
Are halfway, a little bit more than halfway right here with this first round of 3 that they're working on.
Krieg in lane 7, Sansine in lane 6, up and over the box with ease. As Kiki mentioned, they have just about 1 minute remaining in this 3-minute interval.
There it is, 60 seconds to go. Up and over again, rinse and repeat with that rucksack there. These athletes with 45 seconds to go.
That magic number for the men so far is 40 reps. 40 reps.
Lane number 9 advances, CJ Gerald. Lane number 6 doing the same thing, less than 30 seconds.
Gerald up and over, trying to catch up to lane 6 and 7.
Sanson up and over the box. He was one of the front runners there. We'll have to see how it goes. 15 seconds remaining in this first round. Make that 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Pretty solid heat here as most of our athletes within just a few reps of one another. CJ Gerald with 16 reps. Sansine.
30 seconds.
With 17 reps. Lane number 1, Arturo Torres with 16 reps.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, Kiki, here we go. Our athletes, our top athletes, separated by just 1 rep. Our number 1 athlete in this heat, Rafael Sansine, he has 17 reps. Our next 2 with 16 reps, lane number 9, CJ Gerald, and lane number 1, Arturo Torres. CJ here in lane number 9, back to work on that second round.
Jeremiah Bailey also digging into that second round of one-legged squats. Athletes, you're coming up on that first minute. 1 minute in, 2 minutes remain. They are in their second round of 3 here. The score based on your total number of reps for those burpee box jump overs.
Jeremiah Bailey in lane number 2, advancing into that final set of 5. Same goes for Max Krieg over here in lane number 7.
We've got 90 seconds of work remaining here in this round. Jeremiah Bailey beginning his burpee box jump over. Same story for Maximilian Krieg over in lane number 7. Not lane number 9, CJ Gerald also jumping in.
Gerald up and over, trying to take over that lead.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Gerald advances. He is now on his set of 22 reps, as he holds a slight lead over 3 other competitors.
These athletes working through it here with about 30 seconds to go. There it is, 30 seconds.
Gerald up and over, but Jeremiah Bailey moving very quickly. It is going to come down to these final seconds.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Our final 3-minute interval on deck. 29 reps for CJ Gerald. 29 reps for Raphael Sansine. We got ourselves a tie.
30 seconds.
Here we go, Rafa!
10 seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our athletes on that final 3-minute interval with eyes on lanes 9 and 6. CJ Gerald and lane number 6, Raphael Sansine, are tied with 29 reps. They are chasing down the rep count of 40 set by doing in that last heat. CJ approaching those one-legged squats all by himself.
Right back up.
CJ with just a few more reps before advancing. There he goes, still the only athlete on these one-legged squats.
1 minute in and 2 minutes to go.
Let's go, Rob.
Leonel Franco joining the mix, as is Logan Hewing. But it is CJ, lane number 9, running away with it and setting himself up for success.
Marlo also beginning his one-legged squats. These athletes halfway, 90 seconds.
CJ with his final 5 one-legged squats as he looks at his rep count of 29, trying to increase it and surpassing 40 reps set by doing in that last heat.
Let's go, Rob.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
1 minute, athletes, with 1 minute to go. Lane number 9, CJ, jumping up and over the box.
CJ up and over, cracking that 30 rep counts, trying to get to 40. Lots of time left on that clock.
Athletes, you have 40 seconds. I don't know if that's lots of time or not, but hey, they are going for it, Josh G. Coming in to their final 30 seconds, athletes.
CJ kicking it into gear. CJ trying to get to 40, making 41, and he'll be the new score to beat. CJ down, big deep breath as he gets up and over, inching closer and closer.
15 seconds.
To 40 reps.
10 seconds.
There it is, the tying score. Can he get one burpee in?
3, 2, 1, tie.
41 is the new score to beat, courtesy of CJ Jerome.
We are halfway through test number 2 for the men here on the opening day of competition for the individuals at the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Well, action started in the individual competition earlier today with test number 1, and this was that long, grueling test with the bike, the ski, and the run with that heavy sled pull, 225 pounds in between each machine. Justin Medeiros, he hasn't lost an in-person competition in 2 years. He would finish in 23 minutes, 53.30 seconds. That was good enough for 6th place in the test. Brent Fikowski really was running things in the 3rd and final heat. Pat Vellner was hanging close to Fikowski, but faded late. He would take 15th with a time of 24:58.03. Fikowski would be first off the erg and first to the final sled pull. He would take the test 23:02.41 seconds. He gets the test win, 100 points, and he is our overall leader. Rafael Sanson is just 3 points back, and Cole Griesaber rounding out the top 3 with 94 points. Test number 2. Tommy, it's what you do on the box that matters, but getting there can be a little problematic.
Just got a few things in the way before you get there. 5 ring complexes of a toe to ring, muscle up, ring dip. Then the single leg squats, you have to do them in 5 rep increments, alternating legs unbroken. And then of course the max burpees over the box. 30-inch box for these men here, 3 intervals.
What is the recipe for success?
Well, a break won't break you. We've seen, obviously the best athletes will go unbroken, but taking a strategic one to save a little gas is important, and steady through the middle. We see people come out hot. Make sure you can hold a strong pace in the middle interval.
The 10 men will be on the floor for this 4th of 6 heats. Lane number 6 is Justin Rhodes, trying to work his way up the overall standings, 44th place, or pardon me, 23rd place overall after a 44th place finish in test number 1.
And he was an athlete that when we checked in before the competition, asked him what he wanted to see show up, he said fast-paced gymnastics. Well, you know what? 3 intervals of fast-paced gymnastics are coming your way, buddy.
Being joined in the booth by the 2008 Fittest Man on Earth and 8-time CrossFit Games competitor, Jason Khalipa. Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks
What do
for
you like
having
about this test? I know you have thoughts.
I have thoughts about this test. You know what? As a test, I think it's good. There's a lot of strategy involved. You know, you go out too hot and Because the score is the burpees, right? So if you don't get to the burpees fast enough, you're not going to be able to accumulate enough. If you do too many burpees the first round and you're too fatigued, you can't finish the muscle-ups on the second round. So there's a lot of strategy involved.
41 reps, that is the score to beat from CJ Gerald. Did that in heat number 3. 5 ring complexes to start things off, wearing that 20-pound ruck. And there is Justin Rhodes in lane 6, so far going unbroken on these things. He's got 2 complexes remaining, toes to bar, muscle up, and the dip.
Pretty stat team going into our final 3 heats. Here at day 1 of competition for our individual athletes. Our team.
There is Justin Rhodes in lane 6. He will lead a host of men to the first set of 5 single leg squats. Will Bennett, Joel Laney, Matthew Green, and Andres Sturens are all there as well. Five reps on one leg, advance forward, 5 reps on another for 20 total.
You know, Sean, it's interesting with these single leg squats. I really don't think they're much of a factor in today's workout. I think it's all comes down to the upper body. For the burpees and especially for those muscle ups into an additional ring dip. And for people who haven't done this before, with a pack on, it's a whole different ball game, night and day.
You talked about how that pack earlier in the day, affects your muscle up technique. How does it affect what you do on the single leg squat?
I mean, I think for the single leg squat, I actually saw some athletes earlier releasing the buckle that's on the stomach pack. You know, I think for that, it's just loading up your position a little bit differently. I don't think it's huge difference because you could actually find an appropriate position that offsets the weight. I think the real difference here is that if you're used to doing muscle ups like I do, where I kind of lean back a lot and kind of get this position, it loads you awkwardly, and so it really counterbalances you on a muscle up. So you have to pull fast, you have to pull straight.
Every single athlete in this heat is on to the burpee box jumps. Down in lane 10, it's Andres Sturens who is your leader. He's on the right side of your screen. He is through his first 10. And Justin Rhodes in lane 6 pulling his box forward. And now in lane 7, Will Bennett joining Sturens and Rhodes, as we have 30 seconds left in this opening round.
Yep, it's gonna be a little bit of a sprint. As you can see, Sean, a lot of these guys, they have good technique on this burpee box jump over, where one of their feet is almost already sliding off the edge of the box, being super efficient on it.
Sturens in lane 10 through 16 now. That should be 17 reps. And remember, it's your score in round 1 that is the tiebreak, and we saw that come into play in the final heat for the women between Alice Kazan and Ariel Lowen. 17 reps in lane 6 for Justin Rhodes, and it's waiting on Sturens' score, but let's bring in Nikki Brazier while we wait for that.
Now, I had a chance to catch up with the current record holder for this test, Emma Lawson, from last weekend in Orlando, and I asked her a little bit about her strategy going into this. She said she tried to maintain unbroken sets on those complexes and almost use the single leg squats as a moment to catch her breath so that she could really open it up on the burpees. Be curious to know if any of the gentlemen here try to take that technique in mind. She's still currently the record holder at 61 reps. We'll see if any of the guys can beat her.
Well, Andres Sturens in lane 10 is your leader. He's got 19 reps. Justin Rhodes in lane 6 has the second best score at 17.
And Emma Lawson last week opened up with 21 in her first round.
I mean, Emma Lawson, that's a great score, man. I mean, 61, that means, you're averaging 20 burpees each time after doing that other work. It's strong work. That's tough. Tommy, I think what can't be, brought up enough is that when you get done, you're doing 20 burpees and you're getting right back on to a muscle up into an additional dip, which everybody knows the hardest part of the muscle up, in my opinion, is the dip already. Now you're doing another one.
Absolutely, and you add the backpack in, you're catching lower, you're deeper in the dip, you're maybe not as far through the rings for that dip position, so a lot of stress, especially knowing that we have Linda coming up with those heavy dumbbells.
Absolutely.
Justin Rhodes and Will Bennett, the first 2 men to the one-legged squats, and Olivia Kerstetter is someone who is under that Jacob Hepner barn gym banner, but Justin Rhodes also trains with Jacob Hebner.
Yeah, you can see for all these athletes, they're hitting these single leg squats pretty simple, right? Nice and smooth, saving themselves, but then they're getting after it on those burpees. They're tough.
Less than 2 minutes left here in this window. And again, in lane 10, it was Andre Stearns who came up with 19 reps in round 1. But right now, Justin Rhodes and Will Bennett are way ahead of him on the one-legged squats. And Rhodes is going to be the first man in the box. He was only 2 reps back at Stearns after round 1. He had 17.
Stearns was lagging behind a little bit on those muscle ups, at least from the previous heats and the heats in the women. If you're starting to struggle in round 2 on this muscle ups, very difficult to recover and get anything back if you're starting to fade.
Justin Rhodes is now our leader here in this 4th heat. Score to beat again is CJ Gerald's 41 reps, did that in heat 3. Stearns is now to the box jumps. Traven Bennett and Daniel Coots are also on the box jumps. Joel Laney is going through reps as well, as is Chris Ibarra. These are your top men on the screen right now. Far left, Justin Rhodes. Next to him in lane 7 is Will Bennett. On the right side, Andrew Stearns, who had the top score out of round number 1. Rhodes is through 30 and counting.
Yep.
Now we will wait for the scores to be tabulated, but it looks like Justin Rhodes is our leader, 31 total reps. And I think Stearns got to 30, but waiting for his score to be totaled as we take a look back here at round number 2, Tommy.
And one of our keys earlier coming in was steady through the middle. And, you know, again, in this second round, we see a first round leader unable to hold that pace coming off of that 1 minute break. And right now open the door for Justin Rhodes as your leader. Tacked on another 14 reps during that round.
Rhodes and Bennett, the first 2 men to the box jumps there in round 2. And now we have a new leader. It is Justin Rhodes, 31 total reps. He's 1 rep ahead of Stearns. Bennett has 27. 3rd and final round. 5 complexes to kick us off. What should the approach be here in round 3?
I mean, I think like for a gentleman, for Justin, you know, looking at his weight, 185.8, I imagine he's good at gymnastics. Obviously, he's proving that. For someone like him, he's got to get through this quick, and he's got to go hard on those burpees. You know, that's the disadvantage for being in this heat. You're in heat 4 of 6, and so you have 2 additional heats. And so what's key for him is get through this stuff, and he's got to leave it all out on the floor because there's going to be 2 additional heats that are going to try and beat his score for sure.
Rhodes and Traven Benton are the first 2 men off. You're a guy who is used to competing in the final heat.
Huge difference.
What were you able to learn when you would watch competition, you know, in those first couple of heats that affected the way that you approach something?
Well, for sure, you're going to know what the number is to beat, right? So you know that if you're going out there and the top number is 40 or 50 or et cetera, you know what that number is to beat as long as you can beat the rest of the people in your field. But the biggest difference between being in heat 4, 5, or 6 is that oftentimes your top athletes are in the final heat, and now you have a rabbit to chase. In this case, you know, he's out there, he's somewhat all alone. He's got 2 more heats to come up. It's tough to be in these back heats.
And Justin Rhodes, your leader now in round 3. Meanwhile, down in lane 1, Daniel Coots, left side of your screen, is pushing Traven Benton.
Yep.
For 2nd place, but Justin Rhodes moving to the burpee box jump overs all by himself.
That's right.
Benton still has 5 left on the one-legged squats before he can join Rhodes on the final portion of this test.
You know, he's got 90 seconds. That's a 30-inch box. It's tall, but he should be shooting for about 20 reps here. I mean, I think that's what he needs to do to win this event right now. or to put himself in a position to win.
Well, Rhodes is through 34 and counting. Now that's 35. Big props to his judge who's flipping the cards as he amasses reps.
Yeah, he should get 50, I think.
Jason, I love it.
No, I think
That's
watch.
a lot.
No, he's gonna get 50. Don't let me down, Justin. Don't let me down.
His score is on the right. And now Will Bennett is onto the box, as is Daniel Coots. Andres Stearns, your leader after round one. He's also on the box jump overs, but Rhodes is in the lead, and Rhodes looked to his right to see where Stearns was when he hit the ground on that last burpee. He is definitely keeping an eye on the other guys in this heat, and now he's through 41 reps, now 42.
He's got to go.
And that is the new top score we have seen in this test for Justin Rhodes. And he's got 10 seconds left here. 45 and counting, so it doesn't look like he's going to hit the 50 rep mark. But he does get 46, and Justin Rhodes does have the lead with 2 heats remaining.
Close, close.
You round up, it's 50.
And you round up, yeah, exactly. But you know, Sean, I mean, that's the big difference, though. If Justin was in the final heat and he was racing against, you know, Justin Medeiros, for example, could he have gotten 50?
It's possible.
Well, Justin Rhodes out front for pretty much this entire heat. Really took over, though, in round 2.
Yeah, consistency on the muscle-ups. Built himself a little bit of a lead coming into the single leg squats. Even though he was starting to lose a little bit of balance, he had a decent cushion coming in. You know, Jason Khalipa's a dreamer, was hoping for that 50 burger coming down the pipe, but you know, Justin Rhodes gave him the best he could. 46 reps is, you know, setting the top time coming into these final 2 heats, and hopefully it holds on at least for another maybe top 10, top 5 performance.
2 heats remain here as Justin Rhodes is our new leader with 46 reps. Two heats remain here in the final test of day number 1 for the individuals here in Pasadena, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez. We got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor, and Jason Khalipa also joining us in the booth. Overall standings after one test, Brent Fikowski, courtesy of his win earlier this morning in test number 1, sits atop the overall standings with 100 points. Top 9 men from the semifinal advancing to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Test number 2, all about the burpees over the box, Tommy.
Yeah, you got to accumulate as many as you can in each interval, but you have a little bit of a buy-in. 5 of those ring complexes, 20 single leg squats done in 5 rep increments on each leg. You get a 1-minute rest in between, which should be plenty.
You've watched now 4 heats. You got anything to sprinkle on the recipe here, or are we going to keep it the same?
Well, I kind of like it. You know, we've seen some of these athletes have to take a strategic break, but particularly in that middle round and not falling off, that'll be a good indicator whether you win out too hot, maybe took a Jason Khalipa 2010 type pace on the rings.
10 men here in heat number 5. And anytime you roll out a 30-inch box, everyone starts looking at lane 8, and that's Colton Mertens.
Well, you know what? The first part of this, the single leg squats in the rings are going to be where he's going to excel, but he needs to start making the move after a 36th place finish. There's going to be some seesaw finishes for him, but if he can handle the box, he's going to do great here.
Chandler Smith, 19th place overall. looking to work his way into the top 10.
I love Chandler Smith.
Tell you what, if my son comes to me one day and says, Dad, I want to be like Chandler Smith, I will consider myself a successful parent.
Dude, he is such a good dude. He's just super kind and hell of an athlete.
And I really want to see him on these burpee box jump overs. He's a guy that when he gets into that dark place, he knows how to shut it off and empty the tank, especially, you know, as a former wrestler. You see these wrestlers in these burpee box jump overs, they're basically sprawling, something they do in training all the time.
You know, it's going to be an exciting heat. For each one of these guys, you know, 7 events. The idea is that there's only 7 events. The most stressful events I ever competed in were always regionals because you only have a few events. You have one bad finish and you're not qualifying for the games.
Yep, you don't get the full 4-day, 15-event CrossFit Games to try and battle your way back.
That's right, that's right.
Colton Mertens is moving to the front here on the one-legged squats. He's in the gray shirt towards the middle of your screen. Chandler Smith also on the lead pace, along with Tudor Magda in that light green shirt. But Colton Mertens looks to be the first man to the burpee box jump overs. Chandler Smith should be second.
Woo, they're making some moves.
Here goes Chandler Smith.
I like Colton's pause after standing up, just taking a second to gather himself, really fire the arms and that hip into that jump to make sure he
Chandler
clears it.
Smith gets a no rep.
Chandler Smith, left side of your screen, was the second man to the box. Phil Muscarella's next to him. Tudor Magda in lane 7. And Colton Mertens is in lane number 8. A minute 15 to go here in this opening round.
Most of these guys using the same technique, you know, two-foot takeoff, landing with that foot barely off the mat, and then stepping down. You know, it's a nice, efficient way to get up and over, especially with the load on your back.
Mertens is just first man to get through 10 reps. He's pushed his box forward.
Yeah, he's moving.
And now down in lane 10, Brian Wynn is in second. Tudor Magda now moving his box. They're on the left side of your screen. Here comes Chandler Smith and Phil Muscarella. Also down in lane 2, John Wood. And now Matt Poulin in lane 4. Sam Quant moving up as well. So pretty even across the board here in the opening round of Heat 5. One heat remains after this. 46 reps from Justin Rhodes. That's your top score.
Wow. Here we go, last 20 seconds. Justin has a different technique on these burpees. He's fast, though.
The final 10 seconds as Colton Mertens looks to hang on to the lead here at the end of round 1. And he will advance his box. He got through 20.
Woo!
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier on the competition floor. Nikki?
Hey guys, I had a chance to catch up with Jeff Adler, who won this event last weekend at the North American East Semifinals, and I asked him what the key to success here is. He said that if you're feeling confident on the ring muscle-up complex, then you won't be scared to push it at the end when you get to the burpees. And of course he added, I really hope my score holds up. We'll see what these guys can do.
Well, that was the closest round we have seen, as everybody except for Drake Lewis in lane 1 is separated by just 3 reps. And Jeff Adler, as you heard Nikki say, has the top score, 53 reps. Noah Olson was second with 50. Round 2 underway. Colton Mertens is the man who got to the 20 rep mark. They're in round number 1.
It's interesting, this technique, obviously with the toes to rings going right into the muscle up, because where your hips are on the toes to ring relative, you know, with that curl, you really put some focus on the backswing coming off of that toes to ring.
For sure, for sure.
Just to be able to balance and get a good kip on the other way.
Mertens is going to be the first man off, and he'll get right to work on these one-legged squats. Now, Tudor Magda is right behind him. And down in lane 2, John Wood will be the third man off. Now here comes Roland Goldbaum.
And Tudor was just a couple reps behind Colton in that first round. He really needs a strong finish. He was a bottom 3 finisher in that first event, 57th
Look
after
at the
test
speed.
1.
Look at the speed on Colton's single leg squat. I mean, they're just flawless. Look at that, boom.
This is his final set, and then he will have plenty of time to work on those burpee box jump overs, and he is your leader with 20 reps.
Wow.
Well, lane 2 is John Wood. I think he's the leader right now as far as the one-legged squats are concerned.
We've been seeing most athletes, even the faster ones in the early rounds, get to the box around 1:20 to 1:25. Colton was done 1:17, 1:16.
And Tommy, look at his technique. I've never seen this before. So he jumps over, right? So he takes a break, jumps over, immediately drops down, and then he rests when he stands up.
I mean, for him, it's a second to gather before the jump right onto the box, but also you're getting a breath in when you're standing up tall, able to fill your lungs up a little bit better.
Chandler Smith has moved into second place.
Heck yeah.
John Wood just advanced his box. So your top 3 are Mertens, Chandler Smith, and John Wood.
This is an exciting heat. These numbers are going to be close. It's going to be great on this next 3rd round.
Well, Mertens is now through 31 and counting. The 46 is the score to beat from Justin Rose in the prior heat. Here are your top 3. Left to right is John Wood, then Chandler Smith in the middle, Colton Mertens on the right. Smith getting kind of hung up on the box there, but gets right back to work. Less than 30 seconds to go before round 2 is done.
And like Jason said, you know, even though he's taken the break on the way up, he's right down onto his chest for the burpee. Other people, though, are actually kind of taking a break on the way down, maybe pausing, delaying them getting down to the ground. I don't know. It may be unconventional, but I like it. It works for Colton. You know, the proof is in the pudding in the numbers he's putting up.
Colton Mertens is through 39 reps.
He's getting my 50. He's getting my 50.
No, this guy's got to get 50.
He's for sure getting 50. Wow, he's way out there right now. But look at the rest of the field. They're all around, you know, not all of them, but at 30.
$39 reps for Colton Mertens. So the field's starting to spread out a little bit. You got a 32 out there from John Wood. That is the second best score. Smith and Muscarella have 30 along with Sam Quant. Mertens is only going to need 7 reps to tie the top score.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that top score go away right now, obviously, by a few people.
Well, and with these close rep ranges, you know, Muscarella, Smith, Quant all at 30, you know, the tiebreaker comes into play. Phillip actually had the lowest first round out of them all. So, you know, a little bit of awareness on Muscarella's part, maybe make a little bit of a push. Take a chance here.
Now 53 reps is the best that we have seen in this test, courtesy of Jeff Adler. We'll certainly keep an eye on that. As Mertens is now off the rings, Chandler Smith is going to beat him, though. Smith getting through his 5 complexes first.
Wow.
Here come Mertens and Goldbaum, and now John Wood down in lane 2.
Oh, man, this is going to be a hell of a race.
We haven't mentioned it yet, but there was questions around Chandler Smith's wrist. Obviously, he did quarterfinals with a broken wrist, managed to make it still, but if you want a good indication as to how he's feeling, watching that turnover on the rings and how stable he was, it's a good sign for him.
Well, Mertens has already caught Smith, but slowing a little bit is Colton Mertens, but staying rep for rep with Chandler Smith as the two of them move into their final set of 5 together. John Wood is on the left side of the screen. He's right now in 3rd place in this round, along with Roland Goldbaum at the far end of the floor in the black shirt and white shorts. And here comes Colton Mertens. And Chandler Smith is done as well. Now this will be 40 for Mertens, and he will pull his box forward.
A little bit slower than the previous rounds getting to the box, but obviously still 90+ seconds to get some work here. This is great for Chandler, especially being in that close race, because, you know, right now he's pulled even with John Wood, who had a 2-rep lead coming into this round.
Now Wood and Goldbaum moving to the box at the same time. Mertens is closing in on Justin Rhodes' score. He's through. I think he may have it.
Oh yeah. I think Colton has a chance of setting the best score.
I think he already has. The judge in charge of his score placard has not changed that. It's been sitting at 43 for a couple of reps. He's changing the side facing the crowd, so we'll have to wait until that's done. But once he advances it, we'll know he'll be at the 50 mark, and there it is. There's your 50, Jason.
Let's see if he can get that.
That 53.
The 53.
He's got plenty of time. Does Colton Mertens, and we're looking at a new test record for Mertens. There's 51. That will be 52. This one will tie Adler.
Yep.
This for the top score we have seen so far. And that's 54 right now for Colton Mertens, and he still has 10 seconds to go. There's 55. 5 seconds left. 56 for Mertens, and that is going to do it for Colton Mertens. 56 reps. A test record, your top score with 1 heat remaining.
Wow.
We wondered how he was going to handle this part. Answered just fine.
Oh yeah, came out firing with 20 reps in that first round. Not much of a drop off. Held on for 19 more to set him up. Just below 40 going to that final round. Putting Jeff Adler's top time from week 1 in his crosshairs. Little slip up on the rings, but no problem. Able to track down Chandler Smith on the single leg squats, and you know, by the time he got to that box, he was all alone, and you can hear it here with the crowd, the energy pouring into it. That's one of the great things about this live competition.
What's the old saying? It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And Colton Mertens has a new test record, and he is with Nikki Brazier.
Colton, I'm so sorry that you're so exhausted, but I have to know, did you have that worldwide record number in mind when you set out for this event?
Honestly, I wanted to get 60, but it just wasn't in the cards today. I had a rough start to the day. Been feeling like the north end of a southbound pig. Got a little bit of a fever, but I got a hell of a fight ahead of me, but I'm here for it. This is one thing I like to do in this life, is fight. So I ain't gonna hit no jacuzzi tonight, but I'll go get recovered. And
there you go. Congratulations. Go take a rest. Thank you so much, Colton.
What an effort from Colton Mertens. 56 reps, a test record, and our top score, but we still have 1 heat left here for test 2 for the men. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch as we close out individual competition on the opening day for the men and the women here at the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena. Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez and Jason Khalifa, and we got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Here are your standings coming in. Brent Fikowski won test number 1, locked up 100 points in the process. Top 9 men advance to the CrossFit Games, and we have a total of 7 tests that they will face over these 3 days of competition. Test number 2, you got to get through those complexes and then the single leg squats in order to amass the reps that count.
And those are the max burpee box jump overs. A 30-inch box, you're wearing the 20-pound ruck the entire time. These 3-minute intervals go quick with just a 1-minute rest in between.
I think we're going to see 20 burpees, 20 burpee box jump overs this first round.
Recipe for success?
Well, a break won't break you, but if you want that record, like Jason's saying, you're going to have to go unbroken, so I'll adjust that a little bit. And there's going to be no steady here. If you want that top time to catch Colton, you're going to have to go all gas, no brakes.
Here are the 10 men in this 6th and final heat. Cole Sager will be in lane number 10. He's going for his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games, and Nikki Brazier has more on him.
Yesterday and asked him about his mentality going into this event. Specifically, he said that he did practice everything as soon as all the tests were released, but what's most interesting to him is, despite being in this sport for the better part of a decade, each and every competition still feels fresh, still feels exciting, and he still feels like he has an amazing opportunity here to make it back to the Games.
Sager will be on the far end of the floor, and right in the middle, a battle we are used to seeing. Justin Medeiros, the 2-time defending fittest man on earth, and Pat Vellner, who's looking to bounce back from a 15th place finish in test 1.
Pat Vellner has as good a history with the ring muscle-ups as anyone in this space. A great indication back at the Rogue Invitational. The ring muscle-up event is where he was able to put pressure on Justin. But Justin, every time he feels pressure, he just rises to the occasion.
Yeah, Pat Vellner's an amazing athlete. You know, he's a bigger guy, but he has great gymnastics.
Round 1 has started. Vellner working on his second of 5 complexes. Those are done now. Looked like there was a no rep there for Medeiros, but he continues to work. You can break these up. Doubtful that a lot of these men are going to do that.
You know, Brent looks pretty strong here coming out of that dip position. If he could sustain that, he's going to do real well today.
Vellner, Matthew, Scott Tetlow were the first 3 men of the one-legged squats. Griesaver, Stevenson, and Pikowski also there, as is Jack Rozema.
You know, I bumped into Nick Matthew yesterday during check-in, asked him, you know, if there's one event we have to get ready for some eye-popping performances, he said it was today, this event, and then test number 6 on the final day. So big fan of some gymnastics. He's got the pop in those legs. He's gonna love those burpee box jump overs. This is a good test for him.
Well, Scott Tetlow in lane 8 has moved into the lead here, and he'll get to the box first.
Yep. And look at the sense of urgency from all the athletes as they transition from the rings to single leg squats. It was different than the previous rounds, right? Different than the previous heats.
You know, Scott Tetlow, very similar athlete to Colton Mertens. You know, obviously he got a penalty in the event in the open, but he set the top time originally in the running burpee pull-up event. So this kind of body weight stuff is right up his alley.
Yeah. Look at Vellner making moves on this. All of these guys pretty much had 90 seconds on these burpees.
You know, Matt Vellner, was looking good there in test number 1. He was towards the front, but faded on that final sled pull.
Yeah.
Wound up finishing in 15th place, but still with 6 tests, including this one, to go here. Scott Tetlow advances his box first. Pat Vellner right behind him in 2nd place. And now here comes Nick Matthew and Cole Sager, also Luis Oscar Mora. Your top athletes on the same end of the floor.
One thing Jason said about the advantages of being in the top heat, you know, I don't know if you feel the same way, Jason, but sometimes if you're not ready for it, being in the fast heat can pull you into a pace you're not ready for.
Well, 100%. So Tommy, I mean, you come into a workout like this and you have to have a strategy, but you need to know that if people go out too hot, you got to stick with your game plan. But at the same time, with a minute left in the event, you got to go.
And Cole Sager in lane 10 is hanging towards the front here. Took a quick peek up at the clock. They have now 10 seconds remaining in this opening round. And these scores are extremely close.
There you go, Vellner hits my 20.
So Vellner has advanced his box along with Tetlow. Tetlow did not get that last one, neither did Sager. So Vellner is through 20. Scott Tetlow is through 21. In lane 9, Luis Oscar Mora is through 19. We know Sager got into the 20s. He's through 20 even. Justin Medeiros in lane 5 is through 16.
Dude,
well, Bear Complex is offering fans the ultimate VIP experience at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. You can scan the QR code now for your chance to win free tickets, a meet and greet with Noah Olson, and a Bear Complex prize pack filled with top quality gear.
Wow.
You know, earlier heats, maybe 16, 17 in the first round was the top score that you saw. It is the lowest round here right now.
Dude,
the lowest score in this feat.
Isn't that crazy? Tell me, these guys are walking out. I'm like, all right, we're going to see 20. I think we're going to see 60 or close.
Only 4 reps separate every athlete here, first from last in that opening round. Tetlow's your leader with 21. He's one up on Vellner.
If these guys get to 40 on this round, I think we'll see 60.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
.56 is the test record and the score to beat from Colton Mertens. Impressive performance from him in heat number 5. Scott Tetlow on the right, Cole Sager on the left. They're your top 2. They're done along with Nick Matthew and Luis Oscar Mora. Mitchell Stevenson and Justin Medeiros, along with Cole Sager, Brent Fikowski, and Jack Rozema. Nicole Griesaber on the left side be the last man of the one-legged squat. Just look at the experience here in this final heat as far as games appearances.
And I mean, on top of that, you have guys like Quant, Medeiros, Fikowski, Vellner, all that have a little bit of jewelry hanging around their neck from the CrossFit Games. So it's not just experience, you know, it's high-level experience, excellence at the highest level of the sport.
Scott Tetlow has moved to the front here on the one-legged squats. He's going to be the first man back to the burpee box jump overs. That will be his 22nd rep. Here comes Luis Oscar Mora and Pat Vellner. Brent Fikowski and Justin Medeiros and Nick Matthew also moving to the box. Stevenson and Rosema are done, and that leaves Griesaber and Cole Sager as the only two men who have to finish their one-legged squats. And now Sager's done. See him in the background moving onto the box jump overs, but it's Scott Tetlow in lane 8, right side of your screen, who has the lead. Now Justin Medeiros starting to move up. You see him on the far left side. He just got through his 20th rep. 1 minute to go in this second round. It's Tetlow now through 30.
And keep your eye on Justin Medeiros. One of the things he excels at, especially in multiple rounds, multiple intervals, is pacing. He may not win the first round, but as people start to fall off, he will pick athletes off. That's how he's able to always stay in close proximity to the guys he's chasing, and that's honestly how he's built himself into a two-time champion.
Pat Vellner is in second place behind Tetlow. Nick Matthew is now through 30. He's in third, and it looks like
no rep, right?
Cole Sager is starting to move up along with Luis Oscar Mora. So Sager was the last man to these burpee box jump overs, and he has got a really good pace going here.
Wow. Heck yes, Cole. Nice work.
The final seconds here in round 2, and that'll do it. And Scott Tetlow looks like he is through 39 reps. He's in first. Vellner is only one back at 38. In lane 10, and Cole Sager's got 34.
And we're, you know, touching the 40 range here, but look how many boxes are in close proximity. There's no letting up from this heat. You know, you expect to see the leaders, maybe the first two guys out, you know, in no man's land by themselves, but everybody's there pushing the pace.
You know, I think you're going to see Colton's score possibly go down right now.
Well, Nick Matthew also has 34, so it's Tetlow with 39 is your leader. Vellner is in second with 38. And then you have Sager at 34 and Matthew at 34.
Wow.
That 56 is in danger right now because, whew.
You think we're getting 60?
Yeah, Mertens had 39 after this, but remember, the top score overall, Emma Lawson went 21-19-21 last week. Right now, Scott Tetlow through 21-19. Could be the recipe right here.
Here's the third and final round. 5 complexes here. Justin Medeiros in lane 5 is through 31 reps. And he's on his final ring complex. The Vellner is done along with Matthew, and here comes Tetlow. Now Medeiros is off along with Brent Fikowski.
And we haven't talked about him much, but this is a strong showing from Brent Fikowski. One thing he works tirelessly on is muscle-up technique. In an event like this where form can break down with the added odd object, technique is going to be huge, and he's been able to hang tough in this with something that necessarily isn't his strong suit.
And Fikowski is through 33 reps of the burpee box jump overs. He's right there. The Vellner and Medeiros neck and neck. Here comes Tetlow on the right side of your screen. 20 reps. They have to do a set of 5 on one leg, move forward, and then a set of 5 on the next leg.
And Medeiros just got hit with a no rep. Very key. At the games with these unbroken sets, if you got hit with a no rep, you went back to 0. That's not the case here. You just pick back up on the rep you started.
Tetlow is onto the box. That'll be 40, and he'll move it forward.
Wow.
Now here comes Nick Matthew.
Brent must be happy with his performance so far. You know, coming off a first place finish, this was probably the event that he was probably looking at as his worst event of the weekend. So I'm excited to watch him compete for the rest of the event.
Well, once again, Cole Sager is towards the back on these one-legged squats, but he made up a ton of ground in round 2 on the burpee box jump overs. Pat Vellner still in second place behind Tetlow. Brent Fikowski closest to the camera, their bottom left. He's got a good pace going here too.
This is, I'm gonna say this is vintage Pat Vellner. He may take his lumps, taking a chance and crash and burn, but you know what? He's gonna come back swinging. He always finds a way to battle back. Jason, I gotta ask, you know, we're about under a minute here. What's the time frame in your mind where you know you can just shut it off and go flat?
Right now. Like these guys right now, they know. I mean, 30-inch box jumps is the real thing, with especially with the weights on, but they got to go.
Well, Brent Fikowski is now in a battle with Nick Matthews for third. Tetlow has moved forward. He's in to his set of 50. So 30 seconds. So that's 51. This will be 52 for Tetlow unofficially. Tetlow now through 53, 20 seconds ago. Here comes Vellner into his 50s.
And Tetlow's getting real close on the edge of that box there. His legs starting to tire.
There's 54. That's 55, so one more to Ty Mertens. Look at the pace from Vellner on the left side of your screen. And Tetlow looks like he may have tied. I don't know if he got credit for that one. So we'll see, but that one's gonna be close. But Tetlow, judging by the placard on the floor, ties Mertens at 56.
And he got 21 to Colton's 20 in that first round. So if that number holds true, Scott Tetlow will get the win via tiebreak.
Well, Vellner looks like he's gonna take second with 54. Now they're pulling all the placards off. But those look to be the top two in this test. And Scott Tetlow, courtesy of a tiebreak, this is unofficial again, looks to pick up the test win with 56 reps.
And from the outset, you knew this was going to be a fast heat. You know, even out in front, Scott Tetlow and Pat Vellner had guys nipping at their heels the entire way. And Tetlow's so smooth on the ring muscle-ups and the single leg squats, always the first to the box. You know, we were wondering if 60 was going to be possible, but even still, fighting through those final few reps, an impressive performance.
Let's bring in Scott Tetlow with Nikki Brazier.
Still catching our breath down here a little bit, but Scott, I have to know, going into this test, how much of it did you know was going to fall directly into your wheelhouse?
I knew that after event 1 finish, that this is my event, that I need to push, I need to take a chance on it, so I did. And yeah, I mean, I would have liked the win, but I'll try with Colton, I guess.
It is risky to take a chance on a test like this, especially when you still have so much coming in the rest of the weekend. Is there anything particular you're looking forward to here?
I'm looking forward to the next event. You know, it's heavy Linda for me, but I'm still going to move the weight well.
How does it set your mindset now that you have sort of this tie win under your belt?
It just falls under execution, which was my game plan from the beginning.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Scott Tetlow, 56 reps, ties the test record, and it looks like he's going to get the win and 100 points as we close out the opening day of competition for the individuals here. Stick around. We'll be back to wrap everything up on the post show here at the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. And Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit.
I've always been anxious about stuff, and it really came back with a vengeance just after my father died back in 2012. He was a great big character and very funny and everything like that, and to lose someone like that leaves a gap in your life, obviously, and it's not just me, but everybody.
He was not engaged with the world as much as he could be, I would say. He was generally sluggish. He wanted to sleep a lot, and he wasn't actually enjoying life.
Mental health, in particular, is a massive side effect of not being healthy. If you're not healthy, the brain's not going to perform particularly well for you. It's not going to give you its best. So I was aware that fitness is a thing. It's just that I've avoided it like the plague for a very, very long time. But I knew that if you got the body moving and got a bit puffed out and moved more, you will enjoy the results. And that's when I started to explore the idea of taking some exercise.
So first time I met John, he had never done any gym work in, I think it was like 20 or 30 years. I don't think he knew what the gym was about.
It was a CrossFit gym, but I didn't know what CrossFit was, never heard of it. And I thought, I can't just turn up and walk through the door, that's going to be a bit scary. So I thought, well, maybe I start a conversation. Sent a note to Glenn saying, I'm in my 50s, I'm desperately unfit, I don't know what to do, how can you help?
So we come over, we had a chat, and the idea was to start off with, we was just going to be one-to-one to warm him up to see if he would like to come and try a class. And John, knees out, hips extended all the way at the top.
I wanted somebody to encourage me, to cajole me, to push me a little bit.
That's it. But wait for it to get to the shoulder before you come back down. That's it. From there, we had 5 or 6 more sessions, put him onto a class. He's such a people person, he gelled with everyone. Well done, John. Big jump.
Glenn worked with John obviously intensely at the start when he went to CrossFit, and he's shown him that no matter what age you are, no matter how fit or unfit you are, physically and mentally, you can do it.
Getting fit is you know, you just don't do a workout and you feel fit. It's a process. What I found was suddenly about after a month, I thought, I'm not tired in the afternoons anymore. I wasn't like that a year ago.
John's just improved so much. It's great to think that we've had a bit to play in that.
CrossFit is an essential part of my life now. I can't imagine life without it. If I'd known the benefits of getting fitter and doing CrossFit and stuff like that, I would have started decades ago.
2 days are down and 2 days remain here at the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California. And we close things out with a bang there for both the men and the women. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. Sean Woodland with Jason Khalifa and Tommy Marquez. And we were talking in the break that what we just saw from Scott Tetlow, like, you've been there. When you want to go faster, your brain is telling you to go faster. The crowd is telling you to go faster, but your body just does not have it.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm like, all right, get one more rep. You're going to finish the event. And then you just see him, right? Just that moment where he hinges over, and you can see he takes all of his power to jump onto that 30-inch box. That's when you know you're hitting that failure point. He paced it well. He did what he had to do.
Well, let's recap the teams first, because they're 1 day away from sending 10 teams on to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. CrossFit Invictus, they are your overall leaders now, 391 out of a possible 400 points. Franco's Misfits, they led coming into the day. They are now back in second place. And right now, Einhorn CrossFit Ascend, they would be the last team in, tied with undefeated CrossFit at 256 points, but a lot needs to be determined over these final two tests. But coming into the day, test 3 for the teams. Tommy, Franco's Misfits coming off that win to close out Thursday night, and they continue to hear you. We didn't know what to expect from these guys. It was their first year together as a team. They have really been impressive.
And they deserve a ton of credit, right? Invictus on your screen, all the fanfare, deservedly so, because they made the podium last year. But Franco's Misfits, they have a ton of individual talent, past individual games experience. And you know what? This was an individual relay, so they got to lean on that talent behind guys like Logan Collins, former gymnasts like Alexis Johnson, and they earn another test win.
Well, then in test 4, Invictus really got it going. I mean, they came out and they dominated their heat.
Well, that's the championship medal that you want to see, right? Hey, you have a couple events that don't go your way. You maybe get smacked in the mouth a little bit. How do you respond? They come out, blow this heat away. Second fastest time we've seen of any team go so far, and just the type of performance we expect to see from Invictus.
Yeah, 2 tests remain, and we'll find out what 10 teams will be advancing to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games at the end of the day tomorrow. But let's take a look back now on the individual competition. And here are the standings for the women after 2 tests. It's Bethany Shadburn. She had 2 finishes inside the top 10. She sits atop the overall standing. Alex Kazan and Ariel Lowen, who had that great battle in test number 2, more on that in a second, they sit in second and third. Emily Rolfe, Christine Kohlenbrander in the top 5, and Catherine Davidsdottir there in 6th place overall. Let's go to the opening test of the day. This was that long, grueling challenge that started on the bike. Then you had the runner and the skier. You had that heavy sled pull. Davidsdottir, solid finish for her, 28.46 flat. She took 8th place in that test. Emily Rolfe towards the front for the majority of this test. She would take 2nd place, though, in that final heat, 27:24.47 seconds. It was Stacy Larum who won the whole thing, and she did that out of heat 2, 26:51.26 seconds. And then we move on to test number 2. This is a blast to watch. Jason, you've been in this situation where you're in a head-to-head battle, the crowd's going nuts, the announcers are going nuts. Like, what's going through your head when you get into a situation like this?
Yeah, you get in that situation, you're doing your burpee box jumps over, and then boom, you're flipping your box over, you're pushing it forward. You know that you're neck and neck with someone else at the exact same number. At that moment right there, I'm looking at the clock. If I have a minute left, you got to go. There's nothing else to say. You got the energy of the crowd, and you got to make it happen.
And it was a dead tie between Kazan and Lowen when it was all said and done, but Kazan's going to take the test courtesy of the tiebreak and the work that she did in round number 1. Let's get to the men's standings now. After 2 tests, and it's Brent Fikowski. He's your overall leader with 188 points. Cole Grieshaber's behind him, followed by Mitchell Stevenson. Justin Medeiros, he sits in 4th. Pat Vellner goes from 15th to 6th. Tell me if you've heard that before. He's inside the top 9 and a qualifying spot. But let's go back to test number 1, and that's where Brent Fikowski did his work, a longer event. Think back to 2016, the rope chipper there. He won that event at the CrossFit Games, and he comes out here and takes test to number 1. Justin Medeiros, who has not lost an in-person competition in 2 years, took 6th place in this test, 23 minutes, 53.30 seconds. But Brent Fikowski was out front for the entirety of that final heat. Now, Pat Vellner was actually towards the front as well. He was the 2nd man off the skier behind Fikowski, but then he faded. Vellner would take 15th. Brent Fikowski, though, he was smooth the whole way through. He said he made every pull count, and he finishes in 23 minutes, 2.41 seconds for the win. And then we got to test number 2, and Tommy, this is a blast to watch. The battle going on between Pat Vellner and Scott Tetlow.
Yeah, Scott Tetlow trying to chase the number set in the heat before by Colton Mertens. Looks like it was going to be close, but Tetlow out in front almost every step of the way. Got a good push as we saw names like Vellner, Fikowski, Madero starting to close late. I mean, Tetlow pushed it to the brink. He was almost failing each one of these boxes, doing everything he could to get over. But you know what? His first round score of 21 reps was the kicker.
56 reps to tie Colt Mertens. The two of them set a new test record, but as Tommy mentioned, the tiebreak goes to Tetlow, and he picks up 100 points in the process. Your rogue don't weaken moment of the day. Got to go back to the finish that the women had in test number 2 between Lowen and Gazan.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you can see it just at the end of this, right? Bodies just rolling all over the floor, expended everything they had, and still a little bit of extra energy to give each other a little bit of shine because they were teammates at Wodapalooza, and you love to see that.
We still have 5 tests remaining here. Jason, what are you looking forward to seeing?
I mean, I thought today was all about grit, it was all about strategy, and it was all about stamina. And I think that athletes executed on it perfectly. The top 10 is going to shake up a little bit. It's going to be a great weekend.
Here's the schedule for Saturday as we get into moving day. We're going to kick things off at 11:45 a.m. with team test 5, and then the individuals will take over, and then at 5:20 p.m. Pacific, we will start Team Test 6, and at the end of that, we will know the 10 teams that will be advancing to Madison, Wisconsin, and the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. It was a lot of fun today on Friday here in Pasadena. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We will be back with you on Saturday and again on Sunday. For Jason Khalifa, Tommy Marquez, Stacy Tovar, Jamie Hagia, Nikki Brazier, and our entire crew here in Pasadena, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you back here tomorrow.